What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, September 15th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas takes down UTEP, but the offense struggles again. Where is our panic level right now following the Longhorns' 27-10 victory over UTEP? We'll talk plenty of Texas football. We'll let you hear from Steve Sarkeesian's post-game press conference as well. We will also go around the country. What a Saturday it was in college football. Some big upsets and some big-time matchups in the SEC and beyond. We're talking about all of it today. We'll dive into the NFL. What a game between the Cowboys and Giants yesterday. Maybe the game of the day. Dallas gets their first win of the season and the first win of the Brian Schottenheimer era. We'll talk about the NFL as well. And, of course, like we always do, we'll have a couple of fun stories to dive into as well. So hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
Hanging in there, man. Hanging in there. It's a beautiful morning out here. Nice and cool. Actually, kind of cool this morning. And I don't know what they expect from the weather. I hear the temperatures are going to start to rise back up for this week. But, well, I don't know what that means. Rise back up starts to scare me, that word. If it's in the 90s, I'm okay. Seen that, done that. I don't think we're going to rise to the level of 100-degree temperatures. But, you know, some of these mornings are going to be a little bit warmer than we've had lately. But it's nice. It's clear. I don't see any daggum rain in sight. That's one thing we could use once again. A little bit of rain won't hurt us. But other than that, it's okay.
How's the back holding up?
Sucks. Sucks to have a bad back. So it's, I've been taking these pills to keep the swelling down. I'm at 3 today. Tomorrow's 2 and then 1. But I kept saying how I'm going to be playing golf on Tuesday. I don't think so.
Whoa.
No. Well, let's just not say it's not over, but it's not over, but it should be over. That would do some. I would do some real damage and set myself back, I think. And I'm not going to do that. You got to have a day that you don't have where the pain is kind of gone. And yesterday I went and I walked at like about a half a mile and did some stuff around the house and then iced it and put the vibrator on it. But I've got pain. When you're scrambling at night, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, wondering which side you can sleep on and getting up and then turning and putting pillows underneath your legs and not getting any rest. That sucks. So I'm going to be careful, but it'll get better.
Yeah, not that I ever thought you were lying about your pain, but now I know it's real. When you're telling me you might miss your Tuesday round of golf, now I know something is serious going on.
Yeah, I mean, I told people on Friday that, no, dude, by Tuesday, I'd be playing golf. And as my wife said, you don't know this crazy, you know what? The son of a gun will do it. He'll be out there playing on Tuesday. And then I just came to conclusions. Why do that? There's too many great days ahead of me. It's getting ready to be fall. If you go up there and screw this up and set yourself back a month, or you have some damage that you may have done, you can really screw yourself up for a long time to come. So I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to risk it. I'm just not going to play. I see a bad guy on Friday, so just wait it out.
Well.
I have a Friday game, a Lake Travis game down in San Marcos Friday night. And then, of course, the Texas game on Saturday. So I've got just that kind of movement, getting in and out of the car. And, people like, oh, mister, let me hold the door for you. I mean, it's like, it's unbelievable. I got ladies holding the door and here, you take your time. And I'm like, I can't do anything but take my time.
You're getting old, man.
No, I just have a bad back. I'm not getting old. I got a bad back. I've had a bad back for a long time. And, this wonderful chair that I have can only go so far. You know what I mean? It can't heal it. If the MRI that I had in that machine for 40 minutes without moving on that slab, that truly triggered this event right here. I'd had some soreness in the mornings, but when I get up and I walk around, it would just go away and I'd go about my business. But this soreness and then going to the MRI triggered something not good.
Mm. Well,
You get a bad back, you get a bad knee. People have all kinds of ailments. I've had this for a long time. And I if you knew what my back was like on a normal day, it would drive you insane. It's just to what degree it's gonna be hurting.
yeah.
So, folks, take care of your back when you're young. Do all the things they talk about bending down and pick up stuff. Don't just put that stress on your back where you bend down without bending your knees. All those little stupid things that people tell you about your back, do it. Do
There
it.
you go.
Do it now or you'll pay for it later.
There's your tip for kids on a Monday.
Yeah.
A tip for
Watch yourself
everybody.
bending over.
Yeah, take care of your back and don't be bending over a whole lot,
Yeah,
kid.
I had, my coach at Boston College when I first got into coaching, Jack Bignell, had a back like this, a bad back. He never had surgery, but he complained about his back, and he'd be in his office on the floor, laying down with a pillow between his legs at times. He had like a knee chair where he's on his knees with a little seat to it. I'm like, God, please don't give me a bad back. Please don't give me a bad back. And what did I get? Here's what you get. You don't want it. Here's what you got.
He must have not heard the don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy wants a bad back. All right, please give me
I'll
a
do it.
bad back.
Sure.
Sure, we'll give him one. No problem.
Yeah, and some of it's bad tackling. It all has to do with your, I've got a knee replacement. I've had shoulder surgery it's all on the right side. So that whole right side is kind of jacked up. So and it all relates. The shoulder, the back, the knee, that hamstring. I mean, it's all in that same area. Life goes on, brother. That's why they make Vicodin.
Yes, indeed. All right, real quick before your soldier shout out. This is the beauty of our YouTube comment line, Buck. 3 comments in a row. Jay Longhorn says, I deal with chronic back pain, so I am praying for you, Bucky. Thank you,
Thank
Jay
you, Jay.
Longhorn. All right, that's your nice one right there. It's good, bad, and ugly on a good, bad, and ugly Monday. There's the good. Here's the bad from Naaman Roberts. Bucky with the bad back could still throw better than Arch on Saturday.
Oh my God. There's a good chance I throw left-handed since my right shoulder's been jacked up for 30 years. Yeah, I throw left-handed. I probably could.
And then
I give him competition.
Here's the ugly from Martin. I have a bad back and bad cock. See, I mean, what are we doing here?
Oh my God. That's a good one. That is great. That is great. All right. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for the great job that you do. Bad backs, shoulders, hips. You guys get it done. We appreciate what you do for us. And do be safe out there, please.
The duality of man right there. Appreciate everybody chiming in. Our Monday shows are some of our most listened to and watched shows that we do. And following Saturday's performance, I got a hunch there's going to be a lot of commentary coming in today. There's a lot to dive into from Texas's 27-10 victory over UTEP. The good news is we are talking following a Longhorn victory, but the bad news is, well, the offense. Another struggle for the Longhorn offense. I think every Texas fan was hoping this would be the game where we saw the turnaround, where that side of the football would start to look like the unit we had hoped to see all year long. And instead, Texas went backwards. The Longhorns averaged just 4.2 yards per play, Buck. That is the 5th lowest in a single game in the Steve Sarkeesian era. And the 4 other worst yards per play performances were all against Power 4 teams. So all things considered, the fact that you were at home, the fact that you were a 40-plus point favorite, and you were playing a team like UTEP, I would argue Saturday was the worst offensive performance that we have seen from a Steve Sarkeesian coach team here in Austin. There was some good from the game, but your overarching takeaways from what we saw Saturday afternoon at DKR.
This is a very fragile team, especially on the offense side of the football. They're just fragile. They are. This game coming up. You and I talked yesterday, but this is probably the only game from the remainder of the season I will pick them to be. They should win. The rest of the games will be a dogfight, no matter who they play. It doesn't matter. I don't care if it's Mississippi State. I don't care if it's Florida on the road. I don't care. And there's a couple of them they're just going to get annihilated in. It's not even as well as the defense can't play that good for this long. It's just too much to ask of them, and not getting any help from the offense. It's very disappointing to see what's going on. I don't know who the quarterback is. I know the guy who's playing quarterback is the best running back that they have, and that's pretty scary when your quarterback's the best runner that you have on the team. So, and you don't know who the quarterback is, you don't recognize the receivers, and the offensive line isn't good. I don't know. and it doesn't matter what the play is called. They can't execute the plays. They're just not, I don't want to put it all on Arch, but he reminds me, if I didn't know anything about him at all, and I would look at his performance over the last couple of weeks, I would say this is a freshman just entering a program and is just trying to learn the scheme of the program. He doesn't look like a kid who's been here for 3 years. His mechanics look terrible. He makes bad decisions. I didn't realize he'd make that kind of. I know he'd be maybe a little bit of a riverboat gambler, but my goodness, some of the decisions that he makes are incredible. And I don't know if they're going to scrub the season in order to try to get him ready for the following season, because they can't win with this offense right now. They can't win in the SEC. This looks like a 7-win team right now, if that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this defense looks like a 12-0 defense, but the offense looks like 5-7 right now.
Yeah, but the defense mentally you just in this conference, your defense can't continue. That they can try, but there's going to be a time where they're going to wear down. They're going to be in a bad situation because it's going to be 3 and out, interception, 0 on first down. It's just going to be where you get mentally tired in the SEC and you can't hold up. And that means everything around you is going to start to break up. I don't know what Sark there. There's nothing about that performance, and I didn't understand some of it either. I just didn't understand in the sec, and I think because they're so worried about the quarterback now is that in the second half of that football game where he should have been throwing the ball down the field and getting more throws in, they were turning it off, handing it to a freshman running back so that he didn't throw another pick or he didn't screw something up to. I mean, is it worried about him being fragile? Is it worried about the team winning the game and getting better or him getting better? He needed more throws in the second half, not turning around and handing it to a freshman. They don't have a dynamic runner. Those guys can't get out of their own way. The one kid, Gibson, is a fullback. That's all he is. He's a fullback, y'all. He's not a halfback. He's not your lead tailback. He's a guy that maybe short yardage can lead block, or every once in a while you give it to him. That's not a star in the SEC. That's just a guy that can play at some other places like Texas State or whatever. That's not these running backs are not a cut above right now. The offensive line is they just hang on for dear life, and there's no momentum when they give their quarterback time. There's just a lot to talk about, and it's hard to understand. It just is. But I think for me, the most important thing that I see is, why does this quarterback look like a guy who's just coming out of high school learning a system for the first time?
So you're saying the quarterback is bad, the running backs are bad, the receivers are bad, the offensive line is bad, and the play calling is bad. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you got it right. That means that ends up being maybe 7-5 season.
Oh, but everything else is good, right? That's the good news.
Yeah, the punters, I like the punter. I like him. I think he's the MVP on the offense right now. And the kicker's not missed one. So they look like the two best players. They look like the two best players you have offensively.
Yeah, look, there were some positives from Saturday. I mean, the defense looks really good. I'm not worried about the garbage time touchdown they gave up when they had a bunch of third and fourth stringers on the field. I mean, they held their own against a team they were supposed to hold their own against. Special teams, shout out to Ryan Niblett. Finally made some things happen in the punt return game. Right, he had 3 returns on Saturday afternoon for a total of 72 yards. He had that 49-yarder in there. We've been asking to see more from him and just more from that unit as a whole. So that was nice to see. The kicker continues to look good. The punter continues to look good. So the defense and the special teams are carrying their weight, but that's where the good stops.
You know what? I think what we've seen now is we should all understand why. There was we were waiting for Arch Manning to get in games last year. Sark already knew. I mean, that's why Quinn Ewers was playing hurt, because Sark he had to know that he couldn't bring this kid in to play in those games. He wasn't ready. He wasn't going to be ready to play. And why, I don't know.
Here's the most confusing part, Buck, is we saw Arch Manning play in 2.5 games last year.
Yeah.
He looked significantly better last year than he does right now.
For sure.
So, if Quinn gets hurt last year and misses those 2.5 games and Arch comes in and plays like he's playing right now, then no Texas fans are clamoring for more Arch Manning. They're like, oh, he needs more time to develop. We got to get Quinn back as soon as we possibly can. But Arch Manning has clearly regressed from what we saw last year to what we saw this year. There's no doubt about that, right?
Yeah, he has. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if it's if it's the pressure. I mean, he's too good of an athlete because like I said, he's the best running back they have. Your quarterback, he's the best running back that they have. That scares me.
Well, what scares me is how he's throwing the football. I like
Yeah.
what I'm seeing from Arch's running ability, and you're right. I think the Texas running backs aren't good enough right now. And look, we haven't seen Trey Wisner since week 1. Obviously, CJ Baxter played one play on Saturday, so that doesn't help anything. But the
I
biggest
don't wish
issue,
I don't wish this upon any guy because I've coached this position, but that dude there is going to be hurt his career, folks.
yeah, well,
So get used to it. He's going to be lame a lot.
he got hurt a few times his freshman year. Obviously,
Yes.
missed all of his, now redshirt freshman year, and he's banged up, dealing with a hamstring injury.
That was on a cut. That wasn't there. There was nobody that did anything. He just made a cut.
Yeah, first carry of the game, and you feel for CJ, right? A guy who
Yeah, I do. I
works,
feel terrible.
worked tirelessly to rehab and get back on the field after the serious knee injuries that he suffered last year. But Sark said after the game, it's a hamstring issue. Maybe we'll get some sort of timeline today. Sark will have his game week press conference for Sam Houston a little bit later this morning, and maybe we'll get an update on CJ Baxter. But look, the biggest issue right now is the play of your quarterback. I don't think there's any question about that. Nothing is good enough on offense, but the way your quarterback is playing, like you said, it could be, I would say, a long season, Buck, but we want it to be a long season, right? We want Texas playing into mid-January. The way the quarterback is playing right now and the way the offense is looking right now, this is going to be a very short season of Texas football.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, BK, like you said, this game coming up this week. This may be the last time you see them. That if you look at football, that you say they're going to win this game. From this point on, it's a toss-up.
Yeah. There's only one guaranteed win left on Texas's schedule.
Yes.
Now, I don't think they're going to go 4-8, which is what they would be if they won on Saturday and then lost out. But the way this offense is offensing, anybody in the SEC could beat them, right?
Yes.
Like you said, the trip to Starkville, look, Mississippi State already beat Arizona State this year at their place. The trip to Lexington, do I think Kentucky's very good? No, but they usually get somebody every year. And again, the way this Texas offense is operating right now, not good. I mean, Oklahoma looks good. A&M, very impressive win for them in South Bend on Saturday. Obviously, Georgia is still Georgia. So, yeah, look, some of the games that everybody had chalked up as wins, myself included, before the year, now feel like anything but right now. There's nothing that's going to be easy for this team going into SEC play unless, obviously, this offense turns it around in a major way.
Yeah, there's the only thing the head coach can say is, I hope that he continues to progress. But, Coach, he's not progressing. That's the scary part. You can say that, but I don't know. I mean, Wingo down the sideline was such an easy toss for a touchdown that he overthrew. That was so simple a pass. I mean, there's plenty of room between the sideline and the wide receiver. He had the guy by 5 yards. He overthrew him. I mean, that was just a little touch pass that you throw in there. That's catchy catch right there. That's catchy catch going down the sideline, just in the backyard. Don't hit the fence pole. I'll throw it in between. Just catch that. My God, I'm like, how is Wingo jumping in the air to try to catch that ball? Ball should be right in his hands.
Yeah.
And on a day where that guy is actually catching the ball, he's open and you can't hit him.
Right. Well, the Arch Ryan Wingo connection was good in the second half, but Arch was 0 for 4 on his first 4 targets to Ryan Wingo. They did connect on the last 3 attempts, including that touchdown in the fourth quarter. But yeah, I mean, Arch was missing everybody. This wasn't just a Ryan Wingo issue this week. This was an everybody issue this week. And it's interesting, Arch got off to a pretty decent start. He was 3 for his first 4, and then he had that stretch of 10 straight incompletions. Buck, how about these second quarter numbers for Arch Manning? He was 2 of 12 for 15 yards, and he had his lone interception in that quarter as well. And like you said, he missed Wingo. He missed Livingston on a 4th down. That should have been a pretty easy touchdown down the middle of the field. And he had another one of those weird sidearm throws in there. Like, it looks awful right now. There's no way to sugarcoat it. It looks awful.
And what's worse is, like, they're trying to find a running back, so they're going to give it to a freshman. They're going to give it to him over and over when the quarterback needs to have throws. Throw the ball in the fourth quarter. Don't keep turning around and handing off to this dude. I know somebody can play running back. Even the fullback slash, little Bevo can run it up the gut. We know he can just run straight ahead and fall into the pile. But my goodness, let the quarterback throw more in the fourth quarter. Was he afraid that if he threw another pick, was he afraid for the quarterback?
Yeah.
Is that what that was?
He was afraid. I think Steve Sarkeesian had lost a lot of confidence in his quarterback. I think we all had lost a lot of confidence in the quarterback. And I think Sark was kind of worried that, if he kept letting Arch throw the football, he was going to make more mistakes, and that was going to shatter his confidence even more. He was going to get booed again. He was going to turn it over again. Like, I think Sark realizes that he's dealing with a very fragile player right now. And it's so mental with Arch Manning. There's no doubt about that. And I think that's why Sark in the second half is like, you know what? We're just going to hand the ball off. We're not going to put our quarterback in these positions again because he doesn't have it right now. And I'm not going to leave him on an island and let him embarrass himself even more.
Well, you should understand that offensive line, even just handing it off, can't get that done.
Oh, I know. Look, I mean, Texas was never in jeopardy of losing that game. So that allowed Sark to kind of do whatever he wanted on offense.
Sure.
And Texas was still going to win. But I really think the decision in the second half was predicated on, I don't feel great about my quarterback. It's clear that his confidence is shaken. And I'm worried that if I keep having him drop back to pass, his confidence is going to be shaken even more. And we can't have that.
Is the head coach going to try to win the games now? Or is the head coach going to be worried about his quarterback's fragile mindset right now? Is he going to get a backup in there that may be able to, with this defense, do some things, but we don't know because we don't see him? Or is he just going to keep going down this path because it hadn't changed by the week?
Well, yeah, I thought it looked a lot better in week 2 than it did in week 1. So again, you were hoping that, okay, we were going to see that similar week-to-week progression with the Texas offense that we saw from Ohio State to San Jose State. And I thought UTEP is the weakest opponent that the Longhorns have played all season. So it's like, okay, you're back at home. You did some good things in week 2. Now you've got another week to clean some things up. This should be the first week where, I don't want to say it looks like a finished product, but it looks good. And instead,
he looked like he looked like the freshman quarterback on the JV team in high school too. He got a chance to go to the varsity, but he just wasn't ready for the varsity yet. Again.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that. Like, it was bad. It was a step in the wrong direction for Arch and for the entirety of the offense. And, like coming out of the Ohio State game, Buck, what was the conversation? Well, you've got 3 games in 4 weeks to figure it out. You're running out of time because now you have 1 game and 2 weeks to figure it out before your trip to the swamp. So that's the sense of urgency needs to be there right now to get this fixed very soon. Because, look, Texas opened up as a 41.5-point favorite this week against Sam Houston. I'm not sure this offense could score 41 against a high school team right now. But point is, this should be a relatively easy victory on Saturday. But obviously, after this game, we know what's ahead. That's where you start to worry. So you need to see something this week to give you a glimmer of hope that this offense is going to be ready for SEC play. Because right now, if this Texas-Florida game was this week, I don't care that Florida already has 2 losses. I don't care that DJ Lagway threw 5 picks against LSU on Saturday night.
Oh, no, I wouldn't pick Texas to win the game.
I don't think I would either. I thought that'd be an easy win. I was very low on Florida going into the year, and I'm like, y'all should not worry about the swamp because Florida's no good and Napier's no good. I thought that'd be an easy victory for Texas. Maybe I was right about Florida, but I looked pretty wrong about Texas.
Dude, I was like welcoming Vanderbilt to get here. Now I'm like horrified.
Yeah, they look pretty good too. So
I mean, I'm looking at the running backs in this conference, and there's not great running backs, but like Texas can't even compete in the running back part of it. Forget the quarterback part of it. Every quarterback on my screen this weekend looked better than Arch Manning.
Yeah.
And there were some bad ones, and there were some bad quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, Arch Manning looks like the worst quarterback in the SEC right now. He does. And that's not what any of us expected. Even the folks who weren't drinking all of the burnt orange Kool-Aid, and even the folks who were like, all right, Heisman, no, that's ridiculous. Number 1 overall pick, no, that's ridiculous. We're talking about a guy who started 2 games. Even the folks who were like not there didn't think it would be like this.
No, nobody did. That's one of those. Nobody thought this. Nobody could have predicted this. Even in my worst dreams of, all the legacy of the Mannings, that it could be this bad. It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. All right. Well, we've got plenty of sound from Steve Sarkeesian. He was asked a number of different questions in his post-game presser about Arch Manning, but we'll start with this one. Here is the end of Steve Sarkeesian's opening statement following the Longhorns' less than stellar victory over UTEP.
Obviously, we just couldn't find the rhythm in the passing game the way we would have liked. It's coming off of last week where we were creating the explosive plays in the passing game. Tonight we couldn't create those explosive plays, or today we couldn't create those explosive plays. And how it played out was we were putting ourselves into makeable third downs and makeable fourth downs, and we didn't convert them. I think we were 0 for our first 5 on third down and 0 for our first 3 on fourth down, which kind of took the wind out of our sails a little bit. It felt like almost out of the stadium. And so we've got to do our part. I thought our fans were great today. They came ready to go. And I thought our team was excited to play. We didn't do our great job offensively of keeping that energy in the stadium and taking advantage of some opportunities, which we're going to need to do. But as I've said before, we're not a finished product. We'll continue to work at it. We'll continue to get better. And we've got another opportunity next week to do that at home. So we're looking forward to that.
No, you're not a finished product. You're just a middle of the road product right now. Not even middle of the road. Your defense is a pretty good defense, one of the best in the nation. Your offense is so poor at every level that it's scary right now.
Yeah.
And that shouldn't be. And I don't know why it is, but I mean, it's hard to answer that. I've been around football. It's hard to answer that, but that head coach who's been around football and been around quarterbacks, he needs to have more than, oh, we're not a finished product. He needs to understand what's going on. And this group knows how to recruit. Then they've recruited really, really well. They've come up with some, I don't know, gimmicks or whatever it is, all for one and one for all and all that other shit that coaches do. This looks poor. It just looks poor.
No, the offense is broken right now.
And how did they do it penalty-wise? They were okay. It seemed like it was, they couldn't create any penalties. They were on the field enough to do any penalties.
They had 7 penalties for 78 yards, which
against that crew,
that's better than the San Jose State game where they had 12 for 115, but still they lost the penalty battle for the third.
I did say 6. That's all I need to do is see 6.
We saw more than 6, and Texas currently ranks in the 120s in penalty yards per game right now.
When your offense stinks, and you're one of the highly penalized teams in the nation, that doesn't work well.
Yeah, Texas is 126th out of 136 teams in penalty yards per game. Second to last in the SEC, not dead last in the conference. They are ahead of Mississippi State in that category. And, well, you don't really want to be compared to Mississippi State, the team that went 0-8 in the league last year. That's not the company that you're hoping to keep this year.
Yeah, I thought BK, like I said, beginning of the season, I thought they'd lose one more game. But it looks like 2 more games. They're not going to be, I thought Georgia, they're going to give that. Georgia will destroy them. That Georgia defense will destroy this offense.
Well, this is a good sort of trivia question. No, this isn't trivia. This is a good sort of poll question for our audience, and y'all can chime in on the Coda text line 512-222-9328, or obviously the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats as well. You brought up Texas losing 2 more games than they did last year. That means they'd be 9-3. I'll ask anybody listening, would you sign up for 9-3 right now? Like that probably leaves you out of the playoff. This team had a goal of winning the national championship. So going into the year, I don't think anybody would have signed up for 9-3. But with what you've seen from this team through 3 weeks right now, would you take 9-3? I think there are some people who would say yes. Yeah.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would, because I think they look like right now they're 8-4 or 7-5 right now.
Yeah.
But 9-3, if you told me we could be 9-3, I would say yes. You're not going to look good enough that anybody will take you in that top 12. They're going to push you right out of that. Everybody's watching every week, and they're talking like, what in the hell is going on with Texas?
Yeah, I'm surprised because the new AP poll came out yesterday, and Texas is still in the top 10. Now, they dropped 1 spot from 7 to 8, but again, they're still in the top 10. This does not look like a top 10 team to me right now.
No.
Like, again, the defense, there's nothing about the defense. The defense is doing its job, but this offense, it's just brutal right now. And I wish there are things, I don't even know if there's one thing to point to on that side of the ball that gives me confidence that it's going to change.
I'll say this. If Trey Wiseman is ready to play, and you've been saving him for SEC play, you better not do that. You better
No,
play him.
no. You don't push the panic, but you don't risk injury to Trey Wisner against Sam Houston. As bad as UTEP was, you still beat him by 3 scores. You could still beat Sam Houston by 3 scores, even if you play as poorly
how
as
close?
you did.
How close? He's got to get some playing time. You're
Yeah.
just going to chuck him into an SEC game?
Look, I don't know how hurt he is. If he's 100% cleared, then he should play. But if it's like, oh, there's still a little bit of risk that he could re-aggravate something, then
Well, he's got a hammy. There's a risk, and once he goes in, if he's 100%, there's a risk with a hammy.
Well,
but
I'm not putting him in then. I'm not putting him in against this group. I'm giving him 2 more weeks off to get ready for a game you could actually lose, right? You don't feel like they could lose to Sam Houston, do you?
Not yet. It's just Monday.
I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't think I'd be doing any Sam Houston research until like Wednesday of this week. But I did look. Sam Houston is 0-3. They did not play on Saturday, so they are coming off a bye, meaning 2 weeks to prepare for this game. But they have lost to 3 really bad teams this year. So yeah, Texas is going to win that one. But again, after this weekend, it's kind of anybody's guess. As crazy as that sounds. God, yeah. Look, most of the comments coming in are, yep, 9-3. We'll take it, please. Give me 9-3. That's the
looks like the Florida. It does look like the Florida State team of last year.
No.
Oh, yes.
No, because Florida State's defense also sucked too.
Oh, and then he put about 8 guys into the NFL in that defense. Their
offense sucked. Their defense sucked. Their special teams sucked. Like this is not going to be a 2-10 football team this year, guys and gals. I can't tell you it's going to be the opposite of 2-10, but I can't tell you it's not going to be 2-10. So, all right, we'll dive back in. More sound from Arch Manning, more sound from Steve Sarkeesian talking about Arch Manning. We've got a few different cuts from Sark as we try to kind of diagnose what's going on with the quarterback.
They did win the game.
I have never been this disappointed by a 3-score victory in my life. Like, not only did they win the game, they won it by 3 possessions. But again, everybody is kind of in the same boat here. Like, this way more bad than I feel worse. And I think most Longhorn fans would agree with me. I feel worse on this Monday than I did on the Monday after Ohio State, even though Texas lost that game. You can understand that one. Game 1 against the defending champs on the road. No one was happy with the way that game went down, obviously. But, like, you understand looking like that against that team with how much new you had on offense. Now week 3 at home against UTEP, it's a win. Doesn't really feel like a win, though, does it?
Someone just said the running game is fine. Really?
I've got some stats to tell you that the running game is not fine because there's just no explosivity in the run game at all. So we'll get to that.
They had like 100. Somebody said they had 150 yards total. I'm like, it was UTEP, wasn't it? Seriously.
Yeah, they averaged 4 yards a carry against UTEP, which is not good enough. And the 2 longest runs of the day. The only reason they averaged 4 yards a carry was because Arch Manning had a 14-yard run and Matthew Caldwell, your backup quarterback, had a 14-yard run. Those were your 2 best runs of the day. So, the running game is not good enough. It's all bad. So we'll let you hear more from Sark and let you hear his prognosis of everything. But, it's ugly right now. All right, before we dive back into Texas football, this is a fun Monday conversation, isn't it? Let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at St. Patrick since 1975. Got that incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. Of course, they've got the hats, the shirts, they've got the polos, they've got the jelly cats, everything you need for your tailgate party. If you need your utensils, they've got it at St. Patrick's. Go on by 5222 Burnett Road and pick up your items because there's still another home game and other home games to be played. If you want to hit the road because you're a fan, you're going to follow this Longhorn team, you got to have the gear, and you can get it all at St. Patrick's. 5222 Burnett Road, $59 or more, free shipping on online orders, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking over there at St. Patrick's. Not going to stop us from wearing our gear for sure. Go to stpatrick.com for more information about St. Patrick's.
Yes, indeed. And check this out, Buck.
Oh, that you needed that this morning with the eyes there.
about this? This was from Jay and the
Is that
gang.
the pineapple upside down SpongeBob?
The Pineapple Paradise SpongeBob collab with
Nice.
OLIPOP. I have not tried this bad boy yet, so we'll crack this open and give this a sip on the show. But shout out to OLIPOP. They're up to 20 different flavors. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Y'all see us drink OLIPOP on these shows all the time. Y'all hear us talk about OLIPOP on the shows all the time with damn good reason. Let's give it a go.
Oh, that hits there, huh? That hits the spot, the big eyes.
That is some strong pineapple right there. If you like pineapple juice, you're going to love this. If you don't love pineapple juice, you are not going to love this. I can tell you that. But they got 20 flavors to choose from of OLIPOP. Again, great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Unlike the sodas that you've been drinking in the past, you can actually support your gut health every time you drink a can of OLIPOP. Get you some the next time you're at the store, any grocery store. You could find the greatness that is OLIPOP.
Yeah, 2 and 10. We're not going to do that. That's not going to happen.
No.
3 and 9, maybe.
No, they're not going to go. They're not going to go 3 and 9 this year.
Can we beat Mississippi State?
Yeah, they can beat. Like, this defense is going to give Texas a chance in any game. Like, go back to week 1. The week 1 offensive performance was abysmal. And Texas lost that game by 1 score, right? They had the ball down by 7 in the final couple of minutes with a chance to win. Not because the offense was very good, because the defense gave them a chance. So if you could do that on the road against the current number 1 team in the country, then yeah, you're going to have a chance to beat a lot of teams that you have on your schedule.
How many is a lot? 2 or 3 others?
No, more than that. You'll have chances. I'm not guaranteeing wins this morning. I'm guaranteeing one more win this morning. But
that's this week, huh?
I think you'll have a chance to beat every team on your schedule except for Georgia. I'm not gonna give you a shot against Georgia.
You did see that comeback this weekend.
Yeah, those guys. I know their defense gave up a lot of points, but they were playing a much more competent offense. And, Texas going on the road. Georgia doesn't lose a lot anywhere. They really don't lose a lot at home. And there's nothing I've seen from Texas through 3 games that leads me to believe that, we're going to be the team to go in there and win between the hedges. But the other games, the defense will give you a shot. It's just, can you get enough from the offense to actually win? That's the question.
I saw what OU did to Temple.
Yeah, I don't really put a whole lot of stock into OU beating Temple. We are talking about Temple here.
Yeah.
But look, OU looks better than they did last year. There's no question. And Texas looks worse than they did last year. There's no question. So that's one of those games that I had kind of chalked up as a pretty easy win for the Horns at the start of the year.
Yeah, I did too.
It's Red River. Anything could happen in that game. I wasn't saying that at the start of the year. I was like, yeah, it's Red River, but we're going to win. Now it's like, yeah, anything could happen. Hopefully
a couple things could happen. John Mateer, who thinks he's a running back, is going to get his before time is up. He's too little of a guy to think he's Pavia. He can't be lowering his shoulder. He's not that kind of guy, but he tries to be. He was lowering his shoulders on the little Temple guys.
Yeah, he was doing that. All right, more sound from Steve Sarkeesian here talking about the offense, and then we'll get to some of the Arch-specific stuff. Sark was asked in the postgame if he feels like his offense was pressing on Saturday.
I felt like we had a really good plan, and I thought we blocked them really well, and I thought some of the runners, it's the first time for a lot of those guys really playing like that. It wasn't, you don't plan on losing CJ the first play of the game. And so some of the runs, I think there was probably some more yards there to be had. And I don't think it's about guys pressing. I think it's just finding a rhythm of running different types of runs and where they're supposed to hit and things of that nature. And when it's okay to run around a guy and when it's time to run over a guy and things of that nature. And so that stuff will come. In the passing game, I felt like we had some missed opportunities, quite frankly, early in the game that I think really could have changed the complexion of the game. And then I think maybe at that point we started to press after that. And so then you have to shift gears as a coach, as a play caller, as a staff, and try to lean into the area of the game where you're having some success. And clearly the run game was that, and try to utilize Arch's legs a little bit more to get him going. But, we'll get back to the drawing board from a schematic standpoint, but I'm not so concerned about the schematics. I want to make sure our guys are playing to the play and understanding how plays are supposed to hit and where they're supposed to hit, whether it's the run game or the pass game. And that's our job as coaches. And, that's why they call us coach. And so we'll get back to it here tonight and tomorrow morning and put together another good plan for the guys to go out and execute at a high level next week.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have much to say. He understands. I mean, you can sugarcoat things or guys running for the first time. Those guys in ninth grade, there's some of those running backs were making guys miss in ninth grade. Now they're running into guys, and it's their first time at this level running. But they do practice against one of the better defenses in the country every day. Do they make those guys miss every once in a while? They should be making the guys from El Paso miss.
Yeah, here's a less than stellar stat regarding the Texas run game. You have to go back to round 1 of the college football playoff last year, that win against Clemson, to find Texas's last running back rush attempt that has gained 20 yards or more. Of the last 142 running back runs for Texas, dating back to last year, only one has reached 15 yards or more. That was an 18-yarder by C.J. Baxter last weekend against San Jose State.
And you think the running game is fine? Look at the groups that you're playing against, and that's it. That's what you bring to the table?
Yeah, you get not a bunch of explosive runs in the college football playoff and on the road at Ohio State in week 1, but the fact that has bled into games against San Jose State and UTEP,
right?
It's twofold. You're not getting enough push from the offensive line at all. It's embarrassing that the offensive line is getting pushed around by these teams, but also, the running backs they're not up to snuff. And again, you're shorthanded, you're banged up, but you still feel like the guys that you have are 4 stars and 5 stars. You feel like even without the experience, they should be good enough to make some of these guys miss.
Well, yeah, you got guys talking about how guys look like Bijan Robinson. I'm like, really?
Yeah, no.
There's nobody. They don't look close to that. They look like straight liners. Half of them are straight line runners with no wiggle to them. And if they get into the linebacker area, the linebackers just bring them down. It's just a collision. Yeah. Everything doesn't have to be a collision when you're a running back. You're allowed to make a guy miss. They don't have that right now. I know they were trying to find it in the fourth quarter because they kept giving it to that young guy, because I think they're going to be playing him a lot, because I think he's got a little bit of a spark, a little bit of explosion. Christian Clark, coming off that Achilles, there's still something missing in his movement. So, that is to be expected. I'm just going by what they say and how he's doing and how he's been practicing, but there's no explosion there. There's no real quick burst from him. Like I said, Gibson is a straight liner. He's a fullback that has put more weight on, and he runs like a fullback. He's not all of a sudden going to be a tailback. I'm sorry. If he was 205 or 195, then you could call him a tailback, but he's now put on weight. He's a straight liner. He's a fullback. He should be in there in 2-back sets where you give it to him every once in a while, slide him out of the backfield, have him lead block. That's what he is. He's not your tailback. You got to go find a tailback.
Yeah, well, the early returns on the new running back coach, Chad Scott, are not very good. And I don't know how much of this is on him, but this is all we've seen from him so far. And the running backs look, I don't know. You asked about what the carry distribution is going to look like going forward. I don't know. If Trey Widener's back, he's your number 1 guy, but I don't know when he'll be back. We don't know when CJ Baxter will be back. You feel like those are the guys who are going to get the bulk of the carries when they're on the field. And I think Sark Christian Clark only got 7 carries in this game for 32 yards. He averaged 4.6 yards a carry, which is not great, but it's better than James Simon and Jarrett Gibson had on the ground. But he didn't play much in the second half. And I think that's because, Sark is thinking if Wisner and Baxter have to miss more time,
I need an explosive runner.
Well, he's like, Clark's probably our new number 1, so we can't get him hurt. I think that's why we didn't see him more. I would have liked to have seen more of what Christian Clark can do coming off that torn Achilles, But I think that was what was going through Sark's head. It's like, I don't know how serious this Baxter issue is. We know Wisner's dealing with some soft tissue stuff right now. So as much as we'd like to play Clark, he's our number one guy right now. So we've got to rest him for bigger games.
Yeah, CJ Baxter is going to be a hurt guy. So get used to that for his career. And that's too bad. That's just some guys are that guy. Some guys are like that. Okay, when I saw him as a freshman, I was thinking, is this guy going to be hurt a lot? Well, yes, he is.
Yeah, and again, we'll see if we get a timeline from Sark today, but that sucks. That sucks for him, and
it does suck for him.
Sucks for the offense, but yeah, there's just no explosiveness. There's no electricity in the Texas running game right now, and it just kind of blows my mind that that's happening.
Like I said, when your quarterback's your best runner, that's scary in this offense.
Well, back to the quarterback here. I mean, we've got a few different cuts from Steve Sarkeesian here. We will start with this one. This was interesting from Steve Sarkeesian, taking a couple of shots that I didn't expect him to take, being real stern and to the point. Here's Sark from the post-game press conference talking about what happened on Saturday.
We played a damn mining school today. Do you understand me? These guys aren't going to the NFL. They're literally learning how to dig holes in the ground and pick up rocks for the rest of their lives. So you'd think Arch Manning, from the prestigious Manning quarterback dynasty, would be able to complete more than half his throws against such a low caliber opponent, but he couldn't. 11 for 25 with a pick. What a joke. Our fans booed him. And honestly, he deserved it. Christ, it's weird to say this, but I miss Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, that's great. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I in my mind, I'm just thinking, how is it not getting any better, Coach? How is it just not getting any better?
That was the extended cut.
Maybe when the games are bigger, he gets better.
Well, the one big game he played was not good at all.
No.
That was the Ohio State game, so I don't know if we could say that. But yeah, that was the extended cut, director's cut version of the Steve Sarkeesian post-game press conference. Most people don't have that sound, but we have that sound here because we've got our exclusive crack staff on the case.
You get on that sound. You're all over that.
Yeah, Sark leaves, Moncrief, everybody else is done getting clips, but we've got our team following Sark around, so we got the real quote right there. All right, here's some actual Steve Sarkeesian sound here. He was asked if he thought about pulling Arch during the game. Look, Arch got booed late in the second quarter, right before halftime. If you looked at social media at any point during the game, you saw some Texas fans clamoring to see Matthew Caldwell. Here's Steve Sarkeesian when he was asked if he thought about giving Arch a series or two off to kind of let him figure it out.
I feel like we've done enough to where I'm going backwards on your question, just so you know. I feel like we've done enough with him to have a pretty good understanding of who he is as a player and what he's capable of. And I know there's a lot of football in there that's high-level quality football. And so is my expectation of him as a player high? Yes. Do I expect him to play the best football of his career the first 3 games of this season? Probably not. That probably wouldn't be fair. But our job as coaches is to work him towards that, and so that he continually improves throughout the season, like all of our players on our team. I think it was too early to say, give him a series. He provides enough offense for us where I can go a different way, using his legs and provide offense that way. And obviously he scored 2 touchdowns with his legs today, to take advantage of it, and had a nice 2-minute drive right there at the end of the first half to score. So there was a lot of good in there. I just know, and I think we all would agree, that there's better in there, right? That's to come. And again, it's a race to get there as fast as we can.
I don't know, Coach. I don't know what's in there. You've been around it for quite a while. I don't think you know what's in there. I know when he gets to the field and you're playing in the games against competition, we're not seeing it. And if you think you're seeing it, I don't know where you're seeing it at, because I don't see anything that's moving forward. I see a couple throws here or there that, I expect a kid in 10th grade to make. I expect him to make those throws. I expect a guy who's been around a program for 3 years now, waiting to start at Texas and get an opportunity to start, not to look like this after game 3. He can't tell me that this was oh, this was expected. You know, he can't make it seem like, well, I didn't expect the finished product, but he's got to be able to say, the head coach got to be able to say, I did not expect this to be like this after 3 games. I mean, you got to be, I know he's saying that to himself. I definitely didn't. I know he's saying that to the offensive coordinator himself, the quarterback coach, and the offensive line coach, and all those guys in the offense. He's got to be saying, I didn't expect this.
No, none of us expected this. And, you know, when Sark's talking about all of us know there's better football in there, I think he's referring to what we saw last year. And that's the thing that gives me hope. Now, that hope is fading. There's no doubt about that. But the reason I believe that there's still a chance that he can get turned around is because of the way he played last season. So we know something is in there. Now, what we saw last year, is that good enough to win an SEC championship? Probably not. But it was a lot better than what we're seeing right now. And
yeah, he's not a freshman just getting here in the program. Right. The guy's been here for 3 years. He knows the system. He's going to study his ass off about the system. He spends a lot of time in what they're doing, and whatever the system is, it's not working for him. So whatever it is that Sark says he can do well, you better start finding it in a hurry. And you got what, 2 weeks now? You got this week. You got a week off before you go SEC road trip. You got 2 weeks to figure what is it that he really does well and stick with it. And that's got to be your game plan. It may not be your game plan, Sark, anymore. Now it's got to be what it is that this kid does well, because we're finding out right now what you think he does well is not it.
Well, it's funny, you know, going into the year, you and I were talking a lot about Arch Manning not turning into Haynes King, right? Like, this can't be a quarterback run first offense. And now it's like, we might need Arch Manning to turn into Haynes King, because that's the best thing that Texas does offensively right now. It's the quarterback run game. The drop back passing game obviously isn't there. The traditional run game isn't good enough. Like, the most successful thing that Texas does offensively through 3 games is the quarterback run. So I know you don't want Arch taking a ton of hits. You never want your quarterback taking a ton of hits, but that, to me, if this Florida game was this weekend, that is what I think the offense would. Yeah, that's what the offense would have to be. Now, you got 1 more week to see if you can clean some things up in the drop back pass game and to see what you have with your traditional running backs. But, like, as of this moment in time, the offense that gives this.
Now I'm like you, because in the beginning of the season you didn't want to see all that.
No,
now I'm looking and I'm thinking, Florida, as bad as they are, boy, they got a couple of killer dogs that can hit you and destroy you, though.
Yeah.
All these teams in the SEC have 1 or 2 guys on defense, BK, that actually will stab you on sight. You know what I mean?
Like an Aaron Hernandez kind of thing?
Close to it. I mean, they got guys that can hit. Even on the bad teams, I'm seeing, who the hell is that flying out of nowhere?
Yeah. Well, Florida's defense hasn't been their problem, right? I mean, they held LSU to 20 points on Saturday. Their problem was they scored 10 and their quarterback threw 5 picks.
Oh my God, was that horrible?
You know, their loss to South Florida was obviously embarrassing, but they gave up 18 points in that game. Like, that's not horrible. So, you know, they've got athletes on that defense.
Yes.
Obviously much better athletes than UTEP and San Jose State.
Oh, no. San Jose State and UTEP, those are some great defensive teams.
We made them look like the freaking 85 Bears at times.
Were they not that good? Was UTEP not that good on defense this weekend? I mean, they were making plays.
Look, I will give them some credit. You have to give them some credit. They made Texas work for everything on Saturday. But that's a 3-9 football team from a year ago, Buck. Come on.
I saw Wingo catch a couple balls. I saw him catch a low ball.
Yeah. Wingo had 3 catches, more than any other Texas player on
3
Saturday.
Big catches from him for the day.
Well, when your quarterback only completes 11 passes, there's a good chance that 3 is going to lead the team. So,
wow.
You know, and by the way, going back to before we play more sound from Steve Sarkeesian, you know, he was asked about whether or not he thought of pulling Arch Manning. And I think it was Kirk Bowles who asked the question, and he referenced last year's Georgia game, right, where Sark pulled Quinn Ewers. Quinn was having a horrible first half, pulled him for a couple of series, brought Arch Manning in. Arch Manning didn't look very good either. And then Quinn came back in the second half. So I think Kirk's question was more like, hey, not yanking him for the game. It was more of, did you think about, you know, taking him out for a little bit and then putting him back into the game? Like, Sark doesn't do that. The only reason Sark did that last year was because Texas was getting steamrolled by Georgia, and it's like, we are going to lose the game if we don't do something. So if Texas was losing to UTEP on Saturday and Arch was playing like that, then I do think we would have seen a change made. But there are a lot of times where Quinn Ewers didn't have it, but like, Texas still has a chance to win, so we're not going to pull him. We're going to let him figure it out. So because Texas was winning the whole time, there was never a realistic thought that Arch Manning was ever going to get pulled in that football game.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought maybe a couple series, sit down, talk to him, send him back out there.
Yeah, maybe it would have worked. Maybe it would have worked. You never know how a guy is going to respond to a benching, right?
It's true.
You never know. Some guys, it's the kick in the rear that they need to get them going. Some guys, it's, you could see the game. You get a different vantage point. You get to see how things work from the sideline. Oh, I missed that. Okay, now I know what to do. Boom. As soon as they're back in there, it's all good. But we're talking about a fragile player mentally right now. You could shatter the kid if you bench him. And we're talking about Arch Manning here, Buck. It's different than
benching I don't know. I don't know the kid well enough, and I think that's part of it. I mean, mentally, is he fragile? I mean, are we just saying that because we think all quarterbacks are mentally fragile when things like this happen to them? We just say that about just about everybody. He's fragile. Is a kid fragile, or does he understand I'm sucking right now? I just need to go sit down.
Well, he did say after the game he needs to be better. Like, he realizes that he needs to be better. So I think he's aware enough to know that he sucks right now. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sark obviously knows that better than anybody on the outside. So
I mean, how bad was the booing at the stadium?
It wasn't great. I mean, I think it was just kind of booing the entire offense as a whole. But
yeah, because they all stink.
Yeah. And it wasn't like the entire game where it was happening. There was just one moment late in the second quarter where
after a couple of series where they didn't do anything.
Yeah. Well, there were a lot of those series.
Yeah.
There were a lot of those series. So I don't know. Like, look, here's the thing. I don't know if Arch is mentally fragile or not. Again, I don't know the kid. But what I do know is if Arch Manning got benched, that is the number one story in college football. Right? Like, it's already a pretty big headline that he played as poorly as he did, and he's looked as bad as he has.
Every week we look. That's what they run on all these shows.
It ain't the same. It wasn't the number one story on SportsCenter. Arch Manning, playing poorly, but Texas winning. The number one story would be Arch Manning got benched. So, I know Arch talks about, I tune out the outside noise. I don't pay attention to that. That would have been so much noise that you can't ignore all of it. So maybe that went into Steve Sarkeesian's decision as well to keep him out there. It's, again, here's Sark. You asked if the mental. Sark was asked post-game on Saturday how much of Arch Manning's struggles are mental, and the head coach thinks a lot of them are.
Well, I would probably say, for the most part, it's all mental, quite frankly, right? When you really think about the physical ability to make throws. And now it's trust, belief, confidence, all those things, right, that play into it. And, his ability to move on to the next play, I think is something that we've got to continue to work on and not harbor the last plays and the last plays and the last plays, and have the ability to refocus, recalibrate, and focus on the next play. And so those are all things that, like I said, until you get put into these fires that you have to learn from some of these things, it's a lot easier, when you're on the outside looking in to say, just do this, just do that. Now he's in the fire. Now we got to make these adjustments in real time. And like I said, that's kind of the fun part of it all, that we have something really to work on. We know what it is. It's tangible, and we can get it done. We've been down this road before, and we've like I said, we've righted the ship before. So we'll get there.
Okay. So he needs a nipple instead of a mouthpiece. Okay, coach, I got it. I mean, really, just keep on working. That's all. But you're going to get booed. Vince Young got booed. I mean, everybody gets booed at some point in their life.
Yeah. Sark said that going into the locker room, right? The SEC network analyst, asked him one question, I think, right at the end of the first half. And, she asked him about the offense, and he's like, well, Arch Manning got booed, so now he can start playing quarterback. I was hoping in the second half. All right, great. That means Arch is going to look really good in half number 2. And instead it
No.
was, no, actually what I meant by that is we're going to hand it off on every single play. So
Yeah,
Arch
we're not going to let
doesn't
him
get
throw.
booed
We're not going to let him.
anymore.
Hey, we're going to take it out of his hands. We're just going to let him hand it off. We're not going to throw it to get him any better. We're just going to hand the ball off to him because we're worried about him being fragile. I mean,
I'm worried
really?
about him getting booed even more. So
No, throw the damn ball so you can get him going. I mean, you weren't going to lose that game. You handing the ball off to your freshman running back was doing nothing for anybody.
I'll play devil's advocate here because I agree with you. I think there should have been more drop back passes in the second half to see if Arch could get out of the funk. But what if he couldn't? What if he had another stretch of 10 straight incompletions in the third quarter?
Well, then he would be just the same as, like you were saying, you still got to play Sam Houston this week. You're going to win the game. He's got to get better during the week. But in the line of fire, I'm going to get him out of his funk. I'm not handing it off to some freshman tailback who knows if he's going to be playing or not again. I'm not doing that. I'm getting my quarterback out. Hey, you want to get in the game? We're running our offense, and you're throwing it, and you're completing balls, and you're throwing it to our guy, not throwing it down the middle late for an interception. My goodness.
So you're not worried about?
No.
Okay.
I'm worried about my team, and if that's going to be my quarterback. Now, if I'm not worried, and I'm going to put in my backup quarterback as the star, it's time for him to be starting and getting some playing time, then that's fine. But no, if I'm worried about the guy being fragile, I'll just move on to the next dude. But as for him needing more throws, he needed more throws in the second half. Turning around and handing the ball off didn't do anything for his confidence.
Well, I tend to agree with you. Well, we've got more from Sark. He was actually asked about his play calling in the second half and why it changed as much as it did. We'll get to that in a second.
Deep down, you do believe it was because of that, huh?
Yeah, I do. And I agree. Again, I agree with you. I think they should have thrown it more than they actually did because you got to let your quarterback try to figure it out. We always talk about him needing reps.
Sure.
We know he can hand the football off. He doesn't need reps doing that. We need reps.
I haven't seen him screw that up yet.
Right. We need reps with him actually dropping back and throwing it. We also have Sark being asked about the sense of urgency for his offense, turning things around, and a few more bits of sound from his post-game presser as well. Obviously, we will dive back in to our thoughts on Texas's win over UTEP. But again, struggles to say the least for the offense. It looks broken right now, and they're running out of time to fix it. Before we dive back in, though, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking a specialized focus orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. Spinal care, I need to go see them, which I am seeing them on Friday, as a matter of fact. Sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also, some love to our friends at AV Consultations. Oh, yeah. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup this fall, do it with the pros at Audiovisual Consultations. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They've been around longer than I've been alive. And of course, the Bucks got the 85-inch TV setup from AV Consultations. I've got these two TVs behind me. I've got the 4-TV man cave set up in the other room. A bunch of the TSU staff has been hooked up by AV Consultations. We love the work that they do, and you will too. If you want the man cave, if you want the big screen, if you want the patio setup, if you want the home theater room with the surround sound speakers, AV Consultations can do all of it. Don't buy TVs and then call AV Consultations. No, you're wasting your money. Call AV Consultations first. They will hook you up with the best deals. They will install everything. They'll show you how to use it, and they'll be there for you every step of the way. 512-255-8678, or you can find them online at avconsultations.com.
And folks, great time to head on over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe this morning. Get yourself steak and eggs, crab cake, Benny, breakfast fajitas. They've got everything. How about veggie fajitas for breakfast? You can dig some of that this morning. For me, it would be the classic buttermilk stack and probably a Bloody Mary this morning. That's not for me, but for some of you, you may need that. The classic Bloody Mary or the breakfast martini may do it for some of you this morning after watching the Longhorns play. But boy, they've got a great meal over there. They're open from 7 to 3. They're not open for dinner, just breakfast and lunch. But you can get that big smash burger, though, if you need it for breakfast this morning. BK likes the smash burger. But I would suggest a nice breakfast this morning over at the Daymakers Half Day Cafe. I love the folks over here. Like I said, I was over at the Jack Allen's the other day, and I told them about Half Day and meeting some of the folks over there. They said they are doing well and enjoying it, and they have been packed over at Daymakers. So go on over there, enjoy yourself a nice breakfast or a lunch at breakfast or a breakfast at lunch, and figure out what you'd like to have over there. They've got everything that you need. The food is delicious. The atmosphere is great over there. By the way, the coffee is great. So maybe I need to stop spending all my money over at, my other place that I go, Starbucks.
Mm.
But I do get my OLIPOP at Starbucks, though. That's the thing.
There you
That's
go.
2 for 1 over there. But
Keep
I do
doing that.
like Daymakers Half Day Cafe, folks.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to Altstadt Beer. I had a few Altstats watching the
I
game
bet.
on Saturday. I needed a few more, I think, but it's my choice of beer. And whatever the reason, maybe you got a case of the Mondays, Altstadt Beer is there for you whenever you need. You need a great beer to get you through football season. And how about a Monday night doubleheader tonight? The Texans playing the Bucks. You got another game tonight as well. You need beer for football watching. They go together like peanut butter and jelly. Altstadt is my choice of beer. It should be yours as well. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for everybody out there. The lager, the Kolsch, the light, the Hefeweizen, the Oktoberfest, which is in stores now. Perfect for your football watching. Perfect for any fall occasion. It's the best beer that there is. It's my choice. It should be yours as well. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. And hey, we got to mention Texas won the game on Saturday. Let's just remind everybody the Longhorns did beat UTEP by 3 scores on Saturday. Now, they did not cover the 40.5-point line. They weren't really close to doing that. But we don't worry about the spread. And our friends at Cabo Bob's don't worry about the spread. So we're giving away a $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate on today's show. That's right. All you have to do to enter is send us a text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. That's 512-BABY-FAT for those keeping score at home. Send us any text on the Coda text line. You will be entered for your chance to win that huge catering gift card from our friends at Cabo Bob's. We will announce the winner at the top of the hour.
Nice.
All right. More sound from Steve Sarkeesian here. What did I promise? Oh, the second half play calling. So I think a lot of Texas fans agree with you, right? Texas went very vanilla in the second half. It almost felt like they put the training wheels back on Arch Manning in the second half because he didn't look good in the first half. So they said, here, let's just run it a bunch because this passing game clearly isn't doing anything. Here's Sark after the game kind of explaining that thought process.
No, as far as the play calling goes, you're always adapting in real time, and I felt like we had to change and adapt to some of the things we were doing. Obviously, we had a plan for CJ in this game. And so that we had to adapt quickly when he went out. And then when the passing game wasn't as fluid as we would have liked, we adapted to the run game and to some of the more quarterback run stuff. And so that wasn't the initial plan today. We adapted, we evolved, and to put ourselves in the best position to win the game, which I think we did. I think a lot of times people think, oh, well, we didn't score all these points. Well, the premise of all this is to win the game and to do what we need to do to win the game, which I felt like we did that today.
Yeah, you had to beat UTEP. You had to win the game. We understand that. Winning is hard. I don't know if you know that yet, BK, but winning is hard.
Winning is not hard. Scoring is hard.
Yes. Scoring and not tripping over your own feet is really hard here right now.
That's the amended Tom Herman saying, right?
Wow.
Herman used to say winning is hard. For this year's Steve Sarkeesian-led Texas team, scoring is hard.
My goodness.
So, yeah, I don't know. It was a pretty bland answer from Steve Sarkeesian. But what's interesting, Sark talks a lot about not majoring in the quarterback run game, even though we didn't see a ton of QB run on Saturday. There's still a lot of passing attempts and obviously a lot of running back rushing attempts. Our guy Rod B pointed this out. Arch Manning had 7 designed runs against UTEP. That is the most designed rush attempts for a Sark starting quarterback since at least 2015. That's his time as a head coach and his time as an offensive coordinator. So that was Sark breaking character a little bit. Like that was Sark, I think, realizing that our quarterback doesn't have it and this passing game doesn't have it. So we got to make an adjustment. So yeah, against UTEP, again, a game that was never in jeopardy, you saw Arch run more than Steve Sarkeesian has run a quarterback in a decade.
Yeah, and that's fine with me. If he's going to be worth something, he's got to be worth something if he's out there as a starter. And I thought that in the beginning of the season, I had said that you didn't want him running much. I said he's going to do it naturally. I said, but they got to have some call runs. He's the best runner they have. They have to be able to run the ball. So if it's with him, they've got to do it to win the games. That's a part of it. Because obviously he's not going to throw it in to win the games.
Yeah, by the way.
Except for against UTEP, but that defense is kind of tough.
Those 7 designed quarterback runs went for 49 yards. So that's 7 yards a carry on those plays. And as a whole, Arch Manning, 9 carries, 51 yards, and 2 touchdowns on the ground.
Yeah, and that's what the people are telling you the running game is fine. No, it's not.
Yeah, the quarterback running game is fine, but that's the only part of the offense that's fine, and that's not good. We were all excited about Arch Manning's legs adding another element to this offense that we
Yes, we didn't think it was going to be the element.
Yeah, we don't want it to be the only element that this Texas offense has. And right now, so again, I mean, you got one more game and you got 2 weeks to try to clean up the drop back passing game. But if the Florida game was tomorrow, I would want Steve Sarkeesian's game plan to be centered around the quarterback run game. Like it's a zone read offense. I'm not saying go do what the Air Force or the Naval Academy do, but I'm saying like a lot of zone read, that needs to be your number one go-to because that is the best thing that this offense does right now. So the good news is that game is not tomorrow. That game is not this week. You got 2 weeks left to figure it out. But again, you're going in the wrong direction. So
he's going to be a big part of the run game from this point, from after next week on. And the SEC, he's going to be a big part. They're going to have run plays designed for him to run. I hate to see it. I don't want to see a lot of it because they're going to they'll take him out. They'll knock the crap out of him. But he's a big dude, and he's going to have to do it in order to keep the chains moving. That's going to be it. Because once again, we're talking about an offensive line that's just
awful. It's awful.
Yeah, and the run game, it's really awful.
The offense, some of this is on Arch Manning because he's holding the ball for a long time. But I saw this stat. Arch Manning has been under pressure on 36.8% of his dropbacks this season. That is the highest mark of any SEC quarterback. But you think about the offensive struggles for Texas. Like, there are SEC teams that have already played a conference game. There are SEC teams who have already played 2 power conference teams. Texas has maybe played the toughest opponent out of anybody on the road at Ohio State. But the Longhorns' numbers are really bad, even though they've played 2 very inferior G5 teams.
Yes.
And they're putting up worse offensive numbers than SEC schools that have played multiple power conference teams already. So that's the scary part here.
And they don't look the part. They just don't.
No.
They just don't look the part. I mean, we're watching games. I'm watching South Carolina, Vandy. Vandy not only beat them, they beat them up.
Yeah, they did. And look, Lenore Sellers got hurt in the second quarter of that game, did not return. And obviously didn't help South Carolina's chances much, but I don't know if it would have mattered the way Vandy played. So, yeah.
No, I don't think, not the way their defense is, their coach, man, they guy can coach.
Yeah.
Clark,
he's doing a great job there. So, yeah, we're not breaking any news to anybody when we say the defenses that Texas is going to see in conference play are a lot better than the ones they've seen the last 2 weeks. And here's the reality, Buck. Outside of 5 minutes, Texas had that 4-minute and 56-second stretch from the end of the first quarter to the start of the second quarter against San Jose State, where they scored 28 points. A lot of that was aided by the defense. But outside of that 5-minute stretch, this offense has been bad.
Yeah, and the only way
they played
I think you wasted an opportunity,
Yeah.
Worrying about how fragile the guy is on Saturday. He needed to be throwing the ball in the second half. You needed to be getting him throws in so he gets, once again, it's just going to be a facade this week playing against Sam Houston where you're just better than the players on the other side and you're doing some things. He needed to throw.
Yeah.
That was an opportunity. He should have been throwing the whole second half.
They've played 180 minutes of football this year and they've had 5 good minutes of offense this year. It's concerning. It is definitely concerning. And look, it's on the coach. It's on the quarterback. I know we've got folks in the comments line arguing back and forth who deserves more blame. Those are the two highest paid people that you have. Your $10.5 million head coach, and I don't know exactly how much Arch is bringing in, but we see him on TV a lot, not just during the game. We see him during a lot of commercials as well. That guy is making a lot in NIL deals. Those are your two highest paid people that you have, and they just aren't getting the job done. And Sark's job is not just play calling. Remember, Sark's the quarterback guy. I know you have a quarterback coach, but Sark is the quarterback guy.
Yes.
And the quarterback is not playing well. So, yes, that's obviously on the quarterback, but it also falls on the head coach. He's the guy who's supposed to be really good at that. And for the most part, he has been. But this year, he hasn't been. He has to. Coaches are problem solvers. We say it all the time. There is a major problem facing Texas right now. This thing is broken. And good news is things that are broken can be fixed. Bad news is I think this thing is shattered into 100 pieces. So,
yeah, I mean, somebody asked me to name the 3 teams in the SEC I think they can be. Well, Florida's 1. Obviously, Mississippi State is 2.
They can beat more than 3 teams in the SEC. Come on. Don't be struggling to find a third.
Which one should I say? Vandy?
Are you worried about Kentucky?
Oh, no, Arkansas. They can beat Arkansas at home.
Yeah.
It'll be a dogfight, but they can beat them. They right now, if they played A&M, they'd get just demolished. They get demolished by OU, and Georgia is like licking their chops. They're putting up dinner. They're putting up dinner tables that game to feast on Texas. So that's wow.
Maybe I'm in the wrong here. I don't think Texas would get demolished by Oklahoma or A&M right now. Would I feel super confident that the Longhorns would win those games? No. But again, this defense is going to give them a chance. This defense isn't going to let them get demolished. So, look, if you throw 4 pick sixes, then you'll probably get demolished. But this defense is going to give this team a chance in pretty much every game this season.
Well, demolished to me is for Texas to be losing by 10 points or more right now. I mean, to teams like OU and Texas A&M.
They lost by 7 at the number 1 team in the country. They didn't get demolished, and the offense looked horrible. That's my point. It's like I think, again, I hope I'm not sounding like I think this is a playoff.
Are you seeing enough progress since game number 1 that you feel good enough that –
Not with the offense. No, the offense is dog shit. I am saying this defense is going to be competitive all year long, and it's going to give Texas a chance to win games.
Well, eventually, they'll get mentally fragile too.
I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll get worn down and they'll start to fall apart. There's a chance that happens, right? At some point over a course of a long season, if you're getting absolutely nothing for your offense, then it could cause problems for you. And maybe we are Oklahoma. Maybe we are last year's Oklahoma. Right? Because Oklahoma had a really good defense. I don't think they were as good as what Texas defense is now, but Oklahoma had a very good defense last year. They went 6-7 because their offense was horrible. So maybe that's us. Maybe that's what Texas is going to be this year.
Yow.
Yeah. Lord, I hope not. We all hope not. But maybe that's what this thing is. That's like the worst case scenario. That's what they did last year, and we were making fun of them for it. God, I hope that isn't us this year. That would be tough. Wow. That would be tough.
Well, I know this. Right. If your runners don't heal up, if you got a hamstring guys, and you really do expect the quarterback to do the load, and this offensive line is just average, that's a problem.
No, the offensive line is worse than average.
Oh, God. I've been trying to give them average the entire season.
They have one good player. Trevor Gooseby is very good at left tackle. The other 4 guys are not good. And I think it's very telling that 4 of the 5 offensive linemen played every snap in the game against UTEP.
What?
Yeah, every snap. 4 of the 5 offensive linemen played every single snap in that game. And I don't think that's because Texas was in danger of losing the game. I think it's Sark was not happy and Kyle Flood was not happy with the way that they were playing. So he's like, we got to see more from you guys, which I disagree with that, by the way. Like, we didn't see Neto Umeozulu at all at left guard. I think he may be better than Connor Stroh right now. I think he's more physical. I think he's better in the run game, and I'd like to see more from Texas in the run game. So Connor Stroh played every snap. Trevor Gooseby played every snap. DJ Campbell played every snap. And Brandon Baker at right tackle played every snap. And that's telling. That's not a good sign for Texas, by the way.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of plays in conference play, brother.
Yeah, well, I implore Sark. I am not ready to make a quarterback change yet. I implore Sark to consider some offensive line changes. I think that was a missed opportunity for him and Kyle Flood to see what some of the other offensive line combinations could have.
Yeah, because like you said, they were never in danger of losing the game.
Right. So, yeah, it wasn't going to cost you a loss. And again, I think I know why Sark did it, but I think you have to see if you have something better than the combo of 5 that you're trotting out there.
Well, that's almost missing out on like the opportunity of throwing the ball in the second half and just running the ball.
Sure. Maybe it is. So that's, the offensive line is just it. And that's okay. So this brings us back to another conversation, right? Because this is something we talked about a lot in the offseason. Texas, they hit the portal, but they didn't really hit the portal hard on offense. They hit it hard on defense. They hit it hard on special teams. They didn't, they got a wide receiver and they got a tight end and they got a backup quarterback. That was it. But you look at around the country and bring A&M up for an example. Like they went out and got a couple of stud wide receivers out of the transfer portal. Those guys are making a huge difference for them right now. You look at other teams. Look at Oklahoma. They brought in a couple of offensive linemen from the transfer portal. Those guys are making a huge difference right now. Now, I'm not going to change what I said. I said Sark and Kyle Flood, I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt that, if they're going to say we trust our in-house guys, then, okay, you let them you let them play it out and you hope it works. But we also said that if it doesn't work, they're opening themselves up for criticism for why they didn't go out to the portal and get more.
You're right.
And that's where we're at right now. It's like, I think there are some Texas fans who can be critical of Texas not bringing in more. They had the resources. They had the money. They could have done a lot more on offense. They did it on defense. The defense looks great. They did it with kicking and punting. The kicker and punter look great. A lot of what they did was running it back with the offense and hoping, again, the younger guys coming into bigger roles were going to step up and make things happen. So far, not so good.
Dude, they put a lot into this quarterback. They put a lot into thinking this was going to be the difference, that even if not a great offensive line, that he would escape and move around a little bit better. But he's having troubles with his own fundamentals. Forget being pressured, with the way they're being pressured. You would have thought if Arch Manning has been what we thought he was going to be, at least, even with this line playing the way it was, he'd be better than this.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And the offensive team would be better than this.
Yeah, no doubt. There's no doubt. And I think, maybe that's what the coaching staff thought, because they thought Arch Manning was going to be so good that they had enough around him already to where he was going to elevate everybody and they'd be just fine. But, man, I don't see the team speed on offense with Texas that I saw from A&M, that I saw from Georgia and Tennessee in that crazy game, that I've seen from a lot of these teams in the SEC. Like, they just don't look like, obviously, they're not as in sync. They don't look as fast on the outside as those other teams right now. Yeah,
there is a speed deal. I mean, when Sark and those guys went out and got the receivers they got over the last 2 years, we haven't seen the receiver. So, you were very fortunate to hit for 2 straight years. We haven't seen the kid play yet.
Well,
that they went out and got. So
yeah, and that doesn't help, obviously.
No.
Look, Texas. It's important to bring up that Texas didn't have Wisner and Moore and Mosley, and they lost Baxter after one play. Like, would this offense be a finished product if they had those guys? Of course not. But I think it would look better than what it did on Saturday. But, last year they got 3 transfer portal wide receivers. This year they went with 1. And they got them after the spring, too, with Emmett Mosley.
I mean, that's got to be one of their deals every year. If you don't have studs that are coming out of your freshman ranks that are, the following year are going to be just they're playing, period, then you still got to go get a great one. And they've done that. And it hasn't worked so far. I mean, poor Jack Injuries is here thinking, I should have stayed at Cal.
Oh, man. Yeah, Jack Injuries is banged up right now, too. 1 catch for 4 yards for him on Saturday. But
he's becoming a lead blocker now. He's doing more quick screen blocking than catching the football.
Yeah. Did we play Sark talking about the sense of urgency yet?
No.
I don't think we have. All right, last one from Sark here for now. Sark was asked about the sense of urgency for this offense turning things around going forward.
From an offensive perspective, I want us to get here like tomorrow. When you talk about an urgency, yeah. I want us to play our best football like Monday at practice and take off from there. We'll see how realistic that looks. I don't think we're very far off. I feel like guys are trying hard. They're working hard. They're working at their craft. We all know that, hey, we need to be the best version of ourselves offense to try to achieve some of the things we want to achieve this year. Granted, we've got a great defense. Granted, we're playing good on special teams if we can just eliminate some of these penalties. But again, it's all 11 doing it together, and it's easy to put it on just one guy that way. I won't do that because I feel like we all can play better, we all can coach better, and that's the responsibility that we have to try to make that happen.
Says all the right things.
I'm going to push back on something Sark said there. He said we're not far away. No, they're very far away.
Oh yeah, from what they've been over the last 2 years, yes, they are. They're far away.
Yeah, like look, he's always going to be a positive guy. He's never going to bash his players. He's never going to bash his team. That's who he is, and that's fine. Like there are plenty of successful coaches who have had that sort of mentality.
Absolutely,
and it works for them, and it's worked for Sark the last couple of years. But the reality of the situation is they are very far away on offense from being good enough. So that's the concerning part. If they weren't far away, we wouldn't have spent the first hour and 27 minutes of today's show talking about how far away they were.
Yeah, they need some explosive. I don't know where you go pick up explosive players this time of the year. They don't get a chance to go do that. So
we're the freshman wide receivers. Like Khalil Lockett, we're talking about him because Moore's out and Mosley's out. You've got this 5-star receiver who was the number 2 ranked receiver in this class and a top 20 player overall. He plays 4 snaps on Saturday.
That's what I'm saying. They should have been throwing the ball to those guys in the second half and getting the kid throws with some guys that can get down the field instead of turning around and handing it off to a freshman running back. Why?
Like I don't know if Arch would have been able to hit Khalil Lockett even if he was wide open on every play. But you're looking for explosiveness on offense. You just said it yourself, Coach. Like, okay, you're without a couple of toppers. Like, I don't think Aaron Butler's doing a whole lot right now. Ryan Niblett looks great on special teams. I don't know if he gives you a whole lot as a wide receiver. Like, where's Dalen McCutcheon? Where's Khalil Lockett? Where's Jamie French? Where are these studs that you brought in your number 1 ranked receiver class? Like, are you seeing so much from the guys that you're playing to where those guys can't see the field? I don't think so.
Yeah, Sark is still working on timing with the guys that he has and his quarterback. And he knows these preseason games, and we're all talking about this. But if we're still talking about this 3 weeks from now, that's not going to be good. So he thinks he can make a turnaround with what he has right now, BK, from this game coming up this week and the following week of just, settling guys back, having a week off. He thinks he can get everything fixed before SEC play.
All right. I hope he's right.
He's been very fortunate to have this kind of schedule, like you said.
Yeah. Oh my God. Thank God. Thank God that they're getting these teams right now.
And people have seen, they've been watching college football the last couple of weeks. No, there's no great teams, but boy, some of these teams got some great players. And they've got some explosive players that can beat your team in the SEC. And they may not be on great teams, but they have some explosive players on some of these teams that can go.
No, there are teams that look a lot greater than Texas right now.
Yes.
That's what we're most concerned with.
Yes, there is.
So,
and for them to be ranked number 8, that ranking of number 8 is like, I'm thinking, are they really number 8?
If I had a vote in the AP poll, they would not be in the 8. So, all right, we'll take your thoughts.
There's a lot to do, but once again, there's not much time to do it now. Now you're coming towards, this was after last week's showing against San Jose State. The expectations this week is you're going to get your 40-some points or 50-some points in this game.
Sure.
That was not.
You were favored by 40. You were favored by 41. So we don't make the Vegas lines. You were expected to win this game by 41, and you won by 17. But you did win.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards that. I know the line has to be better. We went into the year talking about this offensive line has to be better when it comes to downhill. Let's run the ball and be physical. Well, we know we're not getting that. But if we can't protect a quarterback who right now is fragile, my goodness, that's scary. That's the one that scares me. As teams aren't opening a lot and bringing a lot of guys at them right now, they're just beating the guys up front.
Right.
What happens in the SEC when they start bringing guys?
Tom McKay texts in and says, "You guys are ridiculous. Texas will go 10-3 this year. Keeping the faith." I hope you're right. That'd be great. Texas goes 10-3.
Some work over at the university that he has to do or something.
Oh my gosh. All right. Keep the text coming in. Don't forget, we are giving away a $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate. All you have to do to enter to win is send us a text on that code text line 512-222-9328. All right. A couple more takeaways from Texas and UTEP, and we'll go around the country. We'll talk some NFL Sunday. We got to get into that wild Cowboys game from yesterday.
Wow.
Also some other college football results from Saturday. But
and you got to tell them how much money I made them this weekend.
We got to get to the Bucks Gold Star locks as well. But before we do any of that, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
To our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, 4 great locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, Avery Ranch, chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch daily. Pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops, the great Cobb salad, all-day breakfast, and happy hour each and every day from 3 to 6. Don't forget Thursdays, prime to wine on that prime rib, half off on bottles of wine. And folks, as you get a couple bucks off of your wine by the glass, of course, beer specials every day, and your cocktails, all happening for you at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and of course, Avery Ranch. Love the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you want to upgrade your home, maybe a new kitchen, maybe a bathroom remodel, maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. The weather will eventually start to cool down around here, and you're going to want to be spending more time outside. McCall Custom Homes can do all of that for you because they've been doing all of that here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. It's a father-son team, family-owned and operated business with 4 decades of experience. And all of that experience has come right here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. The Buck has had McCall Custom Homes out to his place to get some work done. Double R, the same. Tons of satisfied customers. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Go check them out. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. That's the website. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com for more. Or you can reach out to Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580.
And folks, Woods Comfort Systems for your home. If your air conditioning is not working properly, let's make sure this week is going to be a little bit warmer than it was last week. So make sure that everything's running properly with your air conditioning. But when it comes to heating, just a couple, who knows in a couple months what it's going to be like. I'm saying we're going to have a couple of those freezes. So let's make sure that the heating system's working properly, that you've got all the ducts and you've got your filters changed. Woods Comfort Systems, they will get that done for you also. They'll bring their technicians out to your home twice a year. And whether it's air conditioning, heating, or even plumbing, Woods Comfort Systems has been doing that in Central Texas for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website, 512-842-5066, the phone number to call. Now a quick word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, indeed. All right. Love our friends out at Covert Bee Cave. Any final thoughts for today? I mean, obviously, we'll be talking Texas and UTEP throughout the week here on TSU. And, of course, we'll start to turn the page to the final non-conference game of 2025 against Sam Houston. But, look, we'll hear from Steve Sarkeesian a little bit later today. We'll have more sound from him tomorrow. A couple of other notes to clean up, I think, on tomorrow's show. But anything else that you want to get off your chest here on a Monday morning?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to make the team feel good. It's not about just making your quarterback feel good. You have to make the entire team feel good. So I think for the head coach, you get into, I know the game isn't here yet, but you get into situations where you have to bring somebody and sit him down for a while, sit him down. You'll have a week off after that to mentally prepare him and bring him over to the house and have a barbecue or whatever you have to do with him. You don't have a game that following week you have off. You can deal with his mental problems then, but you got to let the team know that you're willing to put in somebody that can move the team and move this offense in the right direction if he can't do it. Now, against Sam Houston, I don't know what to expect anymore. Over the last 2 weeks, I was expecting them to get better in all phases of the offense, better in the run game, better in the offensive line, the wide receiver, but it all looks bad. Like you said, it's not just the quarterback. I think we have to look at it. It's not just him. The focal point is him because he's got the commercials and he makes the money and he's the quarterback. Yeah. But the rest of them aren't there. It's more than that. It's all a combination of what are they trying to do offensively? What is going to be their, and offense, sometimes you have to change by the week. It's not that you stay the same every week. It's the same. The fundamentals stay the same, but game planning is different. What are they going to do? I mean, if he's struggling with that and somebody else can do it a little bit better, don't you owe it to the team to sit him down for a little bit and say, okay, you go in as the backup. Let's see if we can move the ball. Aren't we here to win the games?
Well, they have won the last 2 games.
Yes.
When are you talking about making that kind of decision?
Well, I would think after this week, if it starts to go a little shaky, I mean, within the game of this week, if you still are going in that bad direction. But once again, the teams that they're playing, we don't expect to see on Saturdays against the 2 teams they've played. We haven't been expecting to see this. We're expecting to see something really special against these kind of teams where teams are, the rest of the college world is putting 70 on people, 65, 55 to nothing. That's what we're expecting to see with this kind of defense. So we're expecting to see offensive to light up the scoreboard. We just haven't seen it.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I don't expect Texas to be in danger of losing this game on Saturday, which means I think Arch Manning is going to get pretty much, I don't want to say every snap because we've seen Matthew Caldwell come in late in the fourth quarter of the last 2 games. So I think when the game's, officially in hand, I think, Arch will hit the sideline. But I think for at least this week, Arch is going to continue to be the guy, and Sark's going to give him as many opportunities as possible to prove that he can be better than what he's shown.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole booing thing, you're a fan. You do whatever you need to do. You pay money to go there. You're expecting certain things from a product, but you're also a fan of the team. So I'm not much for booing anyway. I never have been, but I've been around booing, and it shouldn't, as a player to the game, you're going to get that. If you think everything's going to be claps and pats on the back, forget about it. And if you're that fragile, that's a tough position to play. If you're going to be mentally fragile, it just is.
Well, here's the thing. Shout out Noe, by the way, for the super chat.
Noe.
You're the man. Hokum, indeed. Here's the thing. Like, is there a chance Arch Manning has the yips right now? Could it be that?
I don't know. He throws them low, high. I mean, he just
again last year he looked better than this. So it's like
he looked very natural. Somebody's over mechanicked him. It looks like, you know what I mean? Somebody's not let him. Somebody's worried about his steps way too much. Somebody's overcoaching possibly.
Here's what I think. Like, and I've seen a couple of other folks say the same thing. I think Arch Manning needs to see some sort of sports psychologist. Right now, maybe he hasn't. Maybe he has. If he has, maybe he needs to see another one. But I think so much of what's happening with him is up here right now.
Red Bull gives him wings, so maybe he hadn't had enough Red Bull.
Maybe he needs to be drinking more Red Bull on the sidelines. I don't know. Like, obviously, he's got to change something in the routine because it's not working right now. But I do think a lot of it is up here. And I know Texas has a sports psychologist on staff. They might have a few of those on staff in the entire athletic department. Like, if that's not happening already, it needs to start like yesterday. So some of these throws, dude, that he's missing, he's dropping snaps too. He dropped the snap in the red zone on Saturday, like a shotgun snap, right?
I saw that one.
A couple of throws in the flat that he's just missing. I mean, it's
the Wingo one was really like, really?
Yeah, no, it's giving yips, as the kids say. It's giving yips for Arch Manning. I think he's a lot better than what he's looked like. Maybe that's Dumb by me. Maybe I'm being overconfident, but
Well, don't you think
he's a lot
possibly
better.
if he's on campus, he should have a ball with him and tell somebody to go down the sideline, and when he's in the quad and throw some balls, don't you think he needs to have that ball with him in his hand and throw?
Oh, the sideline. They got a sideline at the quad. I don't even know what is the
Well, yeah,
quad?
go down if you just go down there by the light pole and turn. I think he should throw some balls on campus.
Maybe. I don't know. Something different. Do something different to switch it up, I guess.
You know how when you fumble the ball, how they make you walk around campus with that ball underneath your arm?
Oh, that's what I'm like, what are you getting at here? Oh, that's what you're getting at here.
Be throwing some co-eds. Get down there in the corner. Let me see if I can throw this one right on the money.
Oh,
why
you're
not?
saying maybe a slump buster, perhaps.
Oh.
Whoa, hang on here. Now we're on to something.
Could be on to something, yeah.
Yeah, usually I'm worried about girls getting in the heads of these players and causing more problems.
If they really cared about him, they'd have a guy sitting in, with a thing of water in a cage, and he goes by certain parts of the campus, and he has to throw it to hit that target where the guy goes splashing down. Why not?
Turn this into the Pro Bowl games on campus.
Yeah, have a bag of footballs with him, with his backpack. Why not? Let's have some fun. He's not having enough fun.
No, he doesn't look like he's having any fun out there.
Right, no, he really doesn't.
Even when he did score the couple times that he did, there was not a lot of emotion or excitement from him, which again tells me so much of this is up here.
Yeah, you got to have fun. You got to do. That's what I'm saying. You get to a point where you start overcoaching too. When you're the coaching guru, the quarterback guru, and footwork doesn't seem right, and the guy who's lost his fundamentals is not doing things that he just naturally does easily. It's almost like, that's when you start to lose the fun part, and that's when you start overcoaching.
Yeah, maybe. Well, all right, one more from Sark, because I don't think we played this one yet. My mouse starts working a little bit better. Sark was asked about the mechanics. Let me make sure I set this up the right way. Oh, he was asked if Arch Manning's mechanics were off on Saturday, and here's what the head coach said.
No, I think the one thing that can happen when you compress a little bit is you kind of speed up the delivery, but then slow down the delivery. And I know that's kind of a bit of an oxymoron, but if you think about when you try to speed your arm up and then decelerate your arm. For some of us here that are bad golfers, think about your golf swing. You try to swing hard and then you try to slow it down at the very end to make good contact. That's never a recipe for success, and that's not a good recipe for throwing a football either. And I felt like that happened at times today. But I'll have to evaluate the tape a little bit more to see if there's anything else fundamentally that I didn't like. But that one thing I think showed up a little bit, where he can speed himself up and then try to slow himself down. And he plays better when he's in more rhythm and rhythmic that way. And there were some beautiful rhythm throws, the deep curl route to Parker early in the game, the middle route to Ryan Wingo late. As I said, the out route for the touchdown to Ryan, those were nice rhythm throws. And I think that's when he's at his best. And that's our job, to find that rhythm in him.
Yeah, I think he's at best when he's throwing 15-yard curls and things like that, where guys are sitting in zones and he can just fire the ball in there. I saw some of those that were nice. Some of those little touch pass things are what he's struggling with. Guys on the move is what he looks like he's struggling with. And he's like aiming the ball and directing the ball that way. Are they banging his head against the stadium walls before he goes in? Because, he needs to get hit a couple times too. That was the thing a couple weeks ago. He needs to be hit. Maybe that's why they got so many run plays in the game plan. I just think you just keep working with him. I don't mind him running. I just really don't mind him running, because as I said, your running game has to be there. And if he's a part of your running game, then it's all has to just kind of flow together. I think he'll be better when he's running and hitting passes at the same time. But I'm not going to try to overcoach him. Then you get into real problems when you're trying to overcoach him. Sark has said, sometimes you run too much. I think I heard after the game that, he maybe had been running too much run, and too much running in the game plan for him. Now, 1 week he doesn't run enough, he doesn't get into it. The next week he runs too much and it screws up his throwing. So they're confused. They don't know. They're searching for something right now.
Yeah, he talked about not wanting to play athlete football, I think is what he called it. And he's like, you could do that for a while, but eventually, that's just that's going to wear your team down, and that's going to be easy to stop, which, I mean, he's right. Like, you don't – there's a reason teams like Army and Navy and Air Force and that style of offense doesn't win anymore. I know it won back in the day, the wishbone and whatever, but it doesn't win nowadays for a reason. So, like, that would look better than what we're seeing right now, but I understand Sark not wanting that to be what this entire –
he's never going to run that kind of offense. So, you know, where the quarterback's running more than the running backs, that's just – and he's not going to put a bunch of plays in there, but his steps and all that stuff, I just think you got to be careful of overcoaching that. That guy had pretty good mechanics last year. I don't know if how the hell that just disappears.
I thought so too. And the most concerning part of that answer from Sark was, and this, we've kind of all done this so far. It's like, there are more, it should be like, this is the bad throw, and that's the bad throw, and that's the bad throw that needs to get cleaned up. And instead it's, here's the good throw, here's the other good throw, here's the other good throw. Like, it shouldn't be, there's only 2 or 3 good throws that we can point to. It should be like, everything's good, and here's a few bad things that need cleaning up. Instead,
I would be in his ear. Like I said, that the overthrow to Wingo for a touchdown down the sideline, I would be so all over him about that. Like, I wouldn't even be talking about mechanics. I'd be like, how in the hell do you overthrow that ball? He's 3 steps past the guy that's underneath him. The other guy can't get there quick enough. That's a touchdown pass. I don't even want to talk about the curl that you hit for 15 yards, you know,
that's
to Livingston. I want to talk about that pass you missed right there. How the hell do you miss that? I would be so nuts about that.
It's on one hand, where it's like, here are the good plays that he made. You can count them on one hand, and that's not good against UTEP. So back to the drawing board. They're not going to quit. They're not going to give up. You can't. They just look. Sark has paid a lot of money to get this right. He's going to have to earn every penny of that paycheck this year, because his work is cut out for him trying to get this offense.
And we've seen the kid play. I mean, it's not, you know, you're the quarterback guru. We've seen him play. We've seen his abilities. As I said, I thought he was going to struggle a little bit because of just being a first-time starter. I didn't know it was going to be to the point of the teams that he's playing against that he would struggle against these teams.
Right. Well,
these teams aren't any good. These teams are no good on defense. I'm sorry. They're not even close to the same caliber of the players that you have, the ones that aren't even on the field compared to the ones that they have on the field. I'm like, how does it get to be like this?
All we can do is get back to work. That's all that everybody in that group can do. And, you know, again, they've got almost 3 full weeks, right? The Florida game is 3 weeks from Saturday, like 2 days ago Saturday. So you've got, 19 days before the trip to the swamp. You've got 19 days to clean some things up and to figure out some sort of offensive game plan that's going to look better than the one that we've seen through the first 25% of the season.
Yeah, UTEP is underrated. I'll just say this.
Hey, I thought UTEP goes 10-2 this year.
I thought their offense was better than their defense. I just knew that offense had to go against this defense. I thought offensively they weren't bad. I mean, they're running. Didn't they have one kid have 100 yards rushing?
Who?
For UTEP, didn't they have a rusher that had 100 yards?
Against Texas? No, they ran it 23 times for 50 yards as a team.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. No, they didn't do crap offensively. Again, we haven't spent any time talking about the Texas defense because they're so good. They deserve all the talk because of how good they're playing. But we're like expected. We know they're good. They're fine. The defense was great on Saturday. Forced a couple of turnovers. They got after the quarterback. They had two sacks, 6 TFLs. UTEP was 4 of 18 on the money downs. They averaged 4.4 yards a play. Like everything.
Colin Simmons didn't do anything again this week.
Colin Simmons did not have a great game. No.
What is the deal? I mean, I didn't even hear his name being called for any tackles. He didn't make his guy. He didn't beat the crap out of his guy.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't recall Colin Simmons doing a whole lot, which that's disappointing. That's I guess if you want to be critical of the defense, you could be critical of that. But yeah, I mean, the overall defense is perfectly fine right now.
There's nothing wrong with that defense. They got plenty. They went out and got the guys that they wanted, the kind of guys that they needed. But some individual stars need to play like stars. And
for sure. For sure. Like that's Look, it's like the defense looks this good. Imagine what it can be if Colin Simmons does look like a preseason or does play like the preseason All-American.
Yes.
Like that would be great. So the good news is like that unit is not bad because of Colin Simmons' struggles. That unit is still awesome. And I got confidence in Colin Simmons being able to make more of an impact in the future. But yeah, the defense, they're fine. Again, I don't care about the garbage time touchdown they gave up late. They had a bunch of third and fourth stringers in the game. UTEP still had its starters out there. It's 10 points. I can live with that. No problem at all.
No doubt. Anybody you play, if you give up 10, that's fine.
That works. Yeah, that works. All right, man, we'll be talking about this all week long, obviously. And thank you all for chiming in. A lot of great feedback on the Coda text line and also on the YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and Twitch live chats as well.
I think today, BK, that the head coach is going to get some pretty pointed questions at him. I want to see if he's snarky sarky today, or is he just trying to figure out what's going on himself?
Yeah, I think he's pretty open on Saturday after the game, and he realizes it. Like, again, he's going to stay positive, and that might piss some Texas fans off, but he's going to, like, he talks about being consistent all the time. That's what he is, and he should be. You want your people, you want your coaching staff to be consistent. So he's not going to change his course. He's not going to change his tune and act like the sky is falling. But he knows. He knows. He knows the offense.
Congratulations to Blake Gideon. What a nice game plan he had at Georgia Tech this weekend. Right?
Yes. Yeah. Very, very 180 from what you just asked me. But yes, nice win for Georgia Tech over Clemson on Saturday.
I mean, he, as a defensive coordinator, didn't he do a great job?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, look, Clemson looks lost right now. Texas and Clemson. Yeah, Clemson's 1-2. At least Texas is 2-1, but Clemson has also played two power teams, and Texas hasn't.
I'm glad you didn't let me keep that as a sleeper, man.
Yeah, you were. Look, we were both off.
Hey, by the way, they are a sleeper now.
Most of the country was off on Clemson. Yeah, Clemson is now outside of the top 25. So if you were to tell me today that you think they're going to win the national championship, then I will give you credit.
Okay,
I will let you call them.
Now they can become my sleeper.
Yeah, now they can become your sleeper. Now that they're 1-2 and unranked, you could do that.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take UTEP because they just lost their big game. They'll come back and win all the rest of them now.
Well, here's we'll recap your Gold Star locks from the weekend. You did make the people some money over the weekend. How about 75,000 units worth?
Oh, that was horrible.
You were 5-4 on your picks, but you went up so much because you got 3 of your 4 50,000 unit plays right. You had Illinois covering against whoever the hell they played. They did. You had Pitt against West Virginia. Not only did Pitt not cover the 7.5, they lost the backyard brawl to Rich Rod.
They were up by 10 points with like 5 minutes to go in the game.
Total choke job there. You got lucky. I can't say you got lucky because Tennessee should have beaten Georgia, but Tennessee lost, but you had them at 3.5 and they only lost by 3. Thank God the overtime rules exist, because if Georgia kicks that extra point,
I know
they win by 4. But you did get Tennessee plus 3.5, and your other 50,000 unit play.
How did they lose that football game?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. The other 50,000 unit play was the Philadelphia Eagles. Shout out Andrew Makuba, the big pick, the game-changing play. Travis Kelce literally threw it right to him. The Chiefs were driving to go take the lead in that game, and instead,
Kelce's now he's points. Now he's
call off the engagement, Buck. Call off the engagement.
Yep,
that's what they're saying in the Chiefs' kingdom right now. You also had the Ravens, who crushed the Browns yesterday. Good call there. You also had the Lions, who crushed the Bears yesterday.
I did have some crushing victories,
but some of your misses. You had Arizona, who almost choked against Carolina.
Oh my gosh, that killed me.
That was a tough backdoor cover. You had the Cowboys, who played the game of the day in the NFL. They won, but they did not cover the 5.5. And then you had South Carolina, who that was your worst pick of the weekend because they just
got destroyed. Yeah. Come on, Pavia. Can't wait for him to get to Austin.
You hate Diego Pavia, man. I can't figure out why, but you do not like that.
He's not going to get it done. That Cinderella story is going to be a Cinderella story again.
I mean, they're ranked. They're 3-0 for the first time since 2017.
He's not getting it done. He's not getting it done in Austin.
Okay. Well, I mean, he could still have a really good year and not win this game in Austin. But I can tell you that most Texas fans, maybe not you, a little bit more nervous about that Vandy game in November than they were at the start of the season. So
yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that too.
they look good. That team looks good right now. Vandy's one of the big stories in the SEC and in
Like I
all.
said, boy, they are physically a physically fit team, man.
Yeah, no, they look a lot better on defense too. Last year it was like Diego Pavia and the offense kind of carrying the load, but they still look like they were lacking on defense and also in the trenches, right? Both lines of scrimmage. This year they look more complete. You know, they smoked Virginia Tech on the road, and then they smoked South Carolina on the road in back-to-back weekends. So
speaking of smoking, what are they smoking down here at Virginia Tech? Blacksburg, what's going on there?
They are smoking on buyout money. Actually, they can't smoke right now. They got to save their money to pay that guy's buyout.
How about a guy at UCLA? He gone.
Yeah, that guy's the worst coach. Brent Pry. Oh, Virginia Tech fired Brent Pry. I didn't even see this. They fired him yesterday.
Oh, they did?
I was like, I thought his name was Brent Pry. I just Googled his name to make sure I had it right.
He's gone?
And, they fired him after their 0-3 start. So, yeah, not good. Wow.
And Coach Foster's gone.
Oh, and Foster got fired too?
Oh, Foster's gone too.
Well,
you knew that was coming.
I guess I was locked in on all NFL yesterday that those stories
Foster's
didn't
gone.
make. Yeah, no,
but you knew that was coming. You knew LA was going.
Terrible. Yeah, the guy we knew from Big Ten media days in his first year that he was in over his head. And the coaching carousel has already started. It took into week 3 for
That's
two
all.
guys
I mean,
to lose their
you're at
jobs.
UCLA, you get fired in week 3.
I'm telling you, dude, there are some other names to watch around the country. This is going to be one of the more epic coaching off seasons. Obviously, we got a long way to go to the off season, and we're not trying to rush our way to that. But
yeah, and I know tomorrow we'll talk about more tomorrow. But I don't know how's Arkansas doing it? Smoking mirrors?
Well, they lost.
Or just playing nobody.
Well, they lost to Ole Miss. They played well. They were right there in that game against Ole Miss, and they had a late turnover that killed them. But they played 2 nobodies, and then the first good team they played, they lost.
Yeah.
So their offense looks good. Taylor Green's a good quarterback. Like Taylor Green, dual threat, big body. He's got a strong arm. They've got some weapons on offense, so that they could score. But yeah, Sam Pittman's a guy. I think more than likely he'll be gone. Billy Napier at Florida, I think more than likely he'll be gone. And that's just the start of it. There are plenty of major conference teams and major teams that could be looking for a new head coach here.
Sorry about that, South Florida, but sorry you got to Miami. They slapped them around.
Yeah, Miami looks good. Miami looks very good right now. Carson Beck is your new favorite to win the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, it's nice when you got guys that can catch.
Yeah, like Miami's offense, and we talked about this a little bit, like Miami's offense is just more quarterback friendly, and it's more suited for quarterbacks to put up big numbers than what Georgia does.
Oh, they protect the quarterback. He stands tall in the pocket.
Yeah, they look good.
The ball down the field.
Shoulder looks good. They look good. He looks good. Miami, one of the most impressive teams in college football right now. No doubt about that. All right, Buck, do you have any Gold Star locks? We've got a Monday Night Football doubleheader. We talked about what you had over the weekend, but you've got Bucks at Texans and then Chargers at Raiders tonight. Any plays for the people here?
Yeah, I've got a 50,000 unit play on the Chargers.
50,000 unit play on the Chargers in Vegas, baby.
And who are the Texans having to play at home?
Chargers are 3.5-point road favorites, by the way, and the Texans are hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Bucs have started 2-0 in 4 consecutive seasons, trying to make it 5 tonight. Texans, meanwhile, of course, looking for their first win.
Who's favorite?
Texans by 2.5 in Houston.
I'll take Baker moneymaker for 25,000 units.
Wow, giving up on the Texans, huh?
They're not good.
25K on the Bucs plus 2.5. All right.
Before we get going, what happened with my Yankees this weekend? Did they lose last night?
Yes.
They lost the last game, didn't they?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, to the Sox.
They took the Sox for 2 during the weekend.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. The Yankees are holding on to that first wild card spot in the American League. The Astros, by the way, are no longer in first place in the American League West. They still hold down a wild card spot, but Seattle Seattle bounced back. We had buried them because
Come
they
on,
always
man.
collapse. They won 9 in a row, Buck.
They need to go to sleep.
I know.
Sleepless in Seattle. Let's go.
I still feel like the Stros are going to win that division, but Seattle's playing some damn good ball right now. They've won 9 straight, and they have a 1-game lead over Houston in the American League West.
Yeah, by the way, are the Cowboys going to play a better quarterback than Russell Wilson this year, you think?
No.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that's true. How many teams are going to throw for over 400 yards? How about that guy throwing it right down the guts?
450 yards for Russell Wilson.
Holy
yesterday
shit.
Cowboys. What a game that was. I don't think a lot of people were thinking they needed to watch that game, right? It's the Cowboys who aren't very good against the Giants who are bad. It's like, it's stuck in the noon window. There's better games going on today. I don't really need to pay attention to Cowboys Giants. That game was a thriller.
Yeah, it was.
Not really the game I had hoped. Not really the game I expected. I thought the Cowboys would win pretty easily. But what a game. They found a way to get it done. Shout out Brandon Aubrey. Brandon Aubrey's the best player in the NFL. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He's a kicker, so he's not going to get that honor. But
Texas has the best punter. Their best offensive player is the punter.
There's nobody better at their job in football than Brandon Aubrey is at his. I believe that. 64-yarder to force overtime, and then the 46-yard game winner in overtime. That guy is a monster. He is a monster.
He is, man. And those balls are they're like no doubters.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. He's ridiculous. And then, the Cowboys, it was all offense yesterday. Shout out to Dak Prescott, who played a hell of a game. The Cowboys
he did throw one down the middle, one of his late throws down the middle for a pick.
Yeah, and that wasn't a pick. That ball hit the ground. I don't know why they didn't review it. Like that.
Really?
That was not an interception. Yeah. I mean, it was a bad decision. You're not wrong about that. But I thought it was pretty clear that ball hit the ground. But Dak was magnificent, scored 40 points. The only reason that game was close was because the Cowboys defense looked awful. No pass rush.
Dude, they don't need Micah at all.
No pass rush. They signed Jadeveon Clowney yesterday, by the way, for depth, not because the pass rush is asked, just for depth, Buck. That's what Jerry Jones told us. But yeah, the secondary, look, no Deron Bland. That obviously made a difference, but Matt Eberflus plays only zone. Like, I got to check the numbers from week 2, but in the game against Philly, the Cowboys played zone coverage on 100% of the snaps.
Well, how do they let a guy get behind? How does somebody get behind you then? How does a guy beat you on a deep ball?
I know that's part of the point of playing a zone is so that doesn't happen. But yeah, when the other team knows exactly what you're doing, I think it makes it easier to come up with an offensive game plan. When the other quarterback knows what you're doing, I think it makes it a little bit easier for him to know what to do. So I'd like to see Matt Eberflus incorporate some man coverage, maybe once.
I thought that was Russell Wilson, Super Bowl Russell Wilson yesterday.
Oh, the Cowboys defense made him look like, MVP, Russell Wilson, Super Bowl, Russell Wilson. It's crazy. It's crazy. But, that would have been devastating for the Cowboys. You start 0-2 with 2 division losses, and your second one, like Dak Prescott hadn't lost to the Giants since his rookie season in 2016. If you lose that game at home to that team,
you're right.
So they found a way to get it done. Amazing. God, the drive to get into field goal range, and obviously Brandon Aubrey just automatic. Ridiculous. All right, we'll bring on Double R here. I see one half of Chaos Theory. What's going on, Rodney?
Man, I got to tell you, Russell Wilson, fountain of youth yesterday, dude. The one pass to Neighbors and that long pass in the end zone. It's like, man, that was a bullet. That was perfect.
But I'm like, where's the safety? I'm like, they got 2 guys back there. How does that guy get deeper than those guys?
It's just, I told Wags last week, I said, this is the game that Dallas comes out and they lay an egg. I mean, that's just what you expect coming off of such a good performance the week before, and they damn near gave it away. Gave it away.
Wow.
Defense laid an egg, that's for sure. Trayvon Diggs had a rough go.
He got torched.
Yeah. And look, he's
the
coming off
running back's running a little bit better than I thought he could be, BK. He's okay.
Yeah, Javonte Williams looks pretty good. He's making some guys miss. I'm with you. He looks better than I thought he would. The hope is he could stay healthy the rest of the way. Still haven't seen Jaden Blue yet to this point. But, again, the Cowboys offense, you score 40 points. You're doing things right. So they did just about everything right yesterday. The problem was the the defense looked awful. And the good news is they play Caleb Williams next week, right? So
oh my goodness, yes.
But then two weeks from yesterday is the Micah Parsons homecoming.
Yeah,
week 4 Sunday Night Football. So go ahead and get a win in Chicago this week, and then after that, yeesh.
It's gonna get rough. Buck, you ever had a player that gets 4 penalties called on him in one drive? That dude from the Giants in that first drive.
I saw that. I was just thinking if Tom Coughlin would have been the coach, they would have had to take his uniform off on the sideline and walk back there with his jock on.
Cut him right there.
Take that Giant uniform off.
Man.
Yeah, it looked like Godbolt took him out for a second, and it's almost like he was talked in, maybe by the offensive line coach, to putting him back out on the field. And then he goes out there and commits another penalty after that, and then he didn't play.
4 in a row. I mean,
it's pretty bad.
If they win, that guy is struggling today in that meeting. Can you imagine him being in the meeting?
You think he got invited to the meeting? I think they changed the locks at the facility.
They find him, and he's on his last leg. If they win that game and they come out and he plays, because he's okay at times. I was watching him. He's not bad, but you're talking about once you get on the roll, hey, how about the snap count, mister?
Yeah. Dude's out running 110s right now. They're like, don't you come in. Don't come in. We'll go get you. Don't worry about it.
We'll come and get you.
We'll come get you. Yeah, that one play, they had 4 penalties on one play. Jeez. Good. These are pros, guys. These are pros.
Are they? What's up, Wags?
Hey, guys. What's up? Sorry about the tardiness today. Had a little bit of a PC problem here.
How you feeling? How you feeling about your Giants coming out of yesterday's game?
Well, you got a good quarterback. I figured out you got a good quarterback. How about that?
Yeah, you were so down on Russell Wilson. Why were you down on him?
I'm still out on Russell Wilson. He threw a couple of moon balls against the Halate. You guys just got done talking about it. The secondary for the defensive Cowboys struggled mightily against the Giants.
Yeah, right? Well, he looked better than Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl MVP. Jalen Hurts couldn't do that against the Cowboys.
That's right.
It's just a little bit of a reality check. The Giants are not a good team. That was not. It's funny. We got done talking about it with Zay right in post game. It's funny what happens when you put somebody's back up against the wall, and they got to play for their lives, right? And they got to play for survivability. That's what was going on with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson knew he had to make those throws.
Is that the same for Arch? Is Arch feeling the same? Arch feeling the same?
For Arch.
I'm not sure. Buck doesn't have Malik Neighbors either. But that's the one thing too. Russell Wilson's always been able to throw the deep ball, and that's why he was brought to the Giants. The problem was the reluctancy. Like week 1, the throws were there. He was just reluctant to make them, or honestly, he couldn't get out of his own way. He couldn't get out of the defensive pass rush. But when he's got time to throw the ball, he can get it vertical and get it downfield. It's too much of an anomaly at this point. And
it's easy against the Cowboys because they got the 3 blind mice playing in the secondary back there.
Yeah, that's. My God, one guy, he's working on one leg back there. I'm like, come on, man. How many times that got to happen? Hey, but Jadeveon Clowney's coming. So there's the pressure. Come on. Pressure.
That's what you guys needed, right?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. That's all the clown's coming. Uh-oh.
Something's shaking.
Getting a little queasy in here.
All right, here we go.
What's going on over here? The randomizer is, randomizer has spoken. The winner of today. Stop. The winner of today's $150 Cabo Bob's Catering gift certificate in honor of the Longhorns win over UTEP. They did
win.
It was a win, wasn't it? It was a win.
They did win the game on Saturday. 512 number 7447. Who texted in lots of misses in the recruiting trail as well. So that seems like an anti-Sark text. There's no other context there. That was the only text that was sent in. But, hey, people think this isn't random. I see people in here saying like, BK, give me the gift card. It's a randomizer, man. The randomizer has spoken.
That's right.
And that's who won today. So congrats to 7447 on that, on your new Cabo Bob's gift card.
Congrats.
Thanks for listening.
All right, boys, I'm going to go take some more back pills and just go into space here the rest of the day.
Everything, I heard you said you were putting the ball around a little bit. Everything.
I went outside and did a little putting yesterday. I moved some hoses around to water some stuff.
Don't go too much too soon.
That's what my wife says. My wife says the same thing, and I said, well, how about if I just go lay up here in the big taco She says, "Oh, you can do a little bit more today." Yeah, I'm sure. What is it? You want me to rest or you want me to keep on the move? I say you got to keep moving. I say
it's all a test. Getting that big taco there.
You're right. A big taco, a couple blankets today.
You take it easy. You got to take it easy.
No, I'm not.
Relax. Let yourself go. Relax a little bit.
No, dude. I said I'm playing golf tomorrow. We still have a couple hours left.
Oh my gosh.
Yes,
All
God.
right. Well, we'll let y'all get to it. We'll be tuned in. Have a great show,
Yeah,
guys.
boys.
Y'all
Here, boys.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition, another week. Start the week off today, boys.
Monday.
Give me some sugar. I am your neighbor. It is Wags. It is Double R. It is Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you guys hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on brand X/Twitter and the Instaface. I'm the Wagner Wire. My partner in crime is the Rodney R on brand X/Twitter, and then the _ Rodney R on Instaface and yeah. Just on Instagram. That's what it is. It's Instagram. It's the face Instagram. If you're out and about, if you're mobile, hit us up on that coded text line 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328. And then smash that subscribe button and get into this conversation. Get your crowns and let's start talking. All right, bud. It did. Like I had to ask if Texas won because it didn't feel like a win. You know what I mean? It felt like
it's a mess, right?
It felt like a loss. It felt like shit.
Really,
it felt bad.
Just looks bad. You know, it's the expectations are so
I'm
high.
I'm a big guy on optics. We know this. I'm
with you. You know, I feel let down too. But you know, am I surprised that some of this centers around you know, a young quarterback? No, I'm not surprised because I knew that there was going to be some work that needed to be done. We had a very small resume to read off of, but I'm surprised that kind of the conversation is this bad because it looks. It's just bad football, Wags, on the offensive side.
Well, all right, I don't want to spend too much time beating a dead horse here because we all know the Longhorns played like shit. But I did post game too, so I'll give you a little bit of what I saw in post game. I'd love to hear your take from that, and then we can get on with the rest of college football and with NFL because I mean, seriously, like it's when you only beat what UTEP 20 said. What did they get? No, they got 10. They got 10. I was thinking
they got 10.
When you only beat UTEP 27-10, we got some hefty concerns. And I got a page of nothing but bad news, right? I have a couple of good remarks, but it's like 3 or 4 good remarks on the Longhorns. A lot of concerns, lots of concerns, and we will address them. But again, like I don't want to unpack this thing on a Monday morning quarterback and just be nothing but Longhorns, after a non-convincing win against UTEP. But yeah, we'll get into it. We'll preview a little bit of Sam Houston as well, but also we got a lot of things around the college football landscape and the NFL football landscape to talk about too. So we are going to push the top 5 to next Friday. Is that what we're doing?
You're calling that, man. This one was.
I don't think we're going to be able to fit it in today.
Yeah, probably can't.
Probably won't be able to fit it in tomorrow.
Seriously, dude. I think that's a good Wednesday because kind of Wednesday's the.
I don't know how we're going to be able to get it in. I don't know how we're going to be able to get it in on Wednesday.
Sorry, somebody pulled up.
Like Friday's tough too because you got to go all around the board, right? Yeah. We'll have to find a better day for it, and this is probably a discussion that we should do off the air.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
But anyways, let's get into it. Let's unpack this thing a little bit there. Yeah, 27-10 was the outcome on Saturday. It wasn't convincing. It didn't look good. Started out all right. Arch started out, I thought, in a pretty good rhythm, connecting. I think he was at 5 for 6 for at one time, and then it went back to looking like we were going back into practice mode again. Man, it's what I wrote down on the first page. It's my first comment. Again, back to practice mode. Like you don't understand that you have the foot on the throat and you're still not willing to kill the enemy. You are still toying with the opponent. That was my notes. All right. And that comes from when the defensive line, right? This is out of a 4-man front for UTEP, right? Their 4-man front, their defensive line averaged 262 pounds across that front 4. Right. And sometimes they would bring, 5, right? But most of the time they were just relying on their 4. Right. And still, like, you can't out lean these guys. You can't out battle these guys in trench warfare. Now they did, right? They clearly did. But my point is, when you know the talent gap, and when you know you outweigh something, or when you know you outweigh the opposition like that, just go with what you know. It doesn't have to be sexy. 4 or 5 yards a pop, right? Let's get a 4-score lead, and then start working on some of the things that we don't have scripted, or some of the things that we need to, we want to show, or we want to maybe, get down just a little bit there, but not show the rest of our playbook. And that's another thing I wrote down too. It looks like Sark has simplified the playbook, but also looks like he's playing coy, or keeping coy, not showing all of his plays. Now, I don't know if that's because they reduced the thing for Arch to feel a little bit more comfortable, or that they are actually being coy itself, a little bit of gamesmanship, and not showing, the rest of their arsenal for the SEC, or until we get in the SEC. Because if we're struggling mightily out in cupcake season, October is going to be rough. October could be very, very bad. Very bad. And I'm not trying to be like the sky is falling and doomsday is coming, but and again, I understand we won, but winning, the way you win and the way you lose does matter. It absolutely does matter, in my opinion. But go ahead. Like, I'd love to hear what you have to say on this.
And what you have here is a combination of two really bad things. You've got a combination of very subpar quarterback play. The quarterback plays bad. Look, there's no other way to say it.
It is terrible. It's terrible.
I mean, the guy's missing open receivers. The one thing that I continually watch is this dude drops back and his feet are stuck in the mud. It's like when he goes back.
I'm seeing his feet pitter patter like Peyton. Now he used to drop back and then plant that back foot and let it release. But I'm not seeing that anymore.
I see it all too often because you don't want happy feet, and at the same time you don't want to be a statue. But I see this guy drop back, and when he's trying to throw a deeper ball, it seems like he goes back. The feet are planted, and then the mechanics are really bad, and that kind of brings in that sidearm. The return of the sidearm on Saturday.
Yeah, it was still there too. And I mean, this throwing balls like 2 yard, not maybe a yard and a half behind you too. Like, it's just JV routes that you're not hitting. I said that in the post game too. So again, I'm not a quarterback guru. I'm not going to sit up here and act like I can fix his mechanics and oh my God, I was at this quarterback camp and Peyton Manning's camp, and I can help this, and I notice this, and I can, fix that. I don't have that ability. All I do, I'm quarterback armchair quarterback in this thing, right? On a Monday morning quarterback session here.
But you did stay where last night? You did stay where last night?
I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. I did that, and I got my gold card, man. So my American Express card. So actually, I don't have a credit card. Is that weird?
Good man.
Is that weird?
I do, but it's paid off every month. Not paid by me.
Like, we have credit cards, but we don't use them.
Yeah.
Right?
I do. I write lots of
have a lot of credit cards.
No, that's great.
Sorry to throw you off topic, but
did you go to the school of what's that dude's name? That's on the radio that tells you how not to be in debt. Shit, what's his name? I can't think of the guy's name. It's like how to.
No, the only thing I know is Susie Orman. My wife used to listen to Susie Orman a lot.
Susie Orman. There you
go.
Back
in the day, used to how to save money and shit.
Yeah, the only thing I listen to on the FM is Tyler Campbell. I'll tune into him on Saturdays.
That's a good.
To get myself, I feel like dog shit, and I listen to Tyler, and I'm like, you know what? I got this. Dave Ramsey.
Dave Ramsey. I think she actually does listen to Dave Ramsey. Who hit you up with a Dave Ramsey?
It's Jason. Jason says Dave Ramsey.
Oh, you got my bad. I don't know.
He says Dave Ramsey. The other part of that,
fellas, let me turn the comments on.
The second part of that, Wags, is where we talk about with bad quarterback play is laxed offensive line play. They're just
that goes back to having
they're getting beat.
Yeah. That goes back to having 262 pounds on the other side of the ball and you not being able to take care of that and handle business, right? Like offense, still, I don't know how you're regressing, right? It looked like we were playing phenomenal, not phenomenal, but it looked like we were playing at top notch against Ohio State, and now it's just kind of a regression. Now I understand that you can have a natural let off playing alphas like Ohio State and then thinking, all right, it's cupcake season. Somebody else is going to make a play, right? I don't have to make that play. Somebody else is going to make a play against these guys. That's the wrong attitude to have. I'm not saying that is the attitude, but that's what it looks like out there, right? Like, the hustle factor is down a notch because somebody else is going to make a play out there.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it looks like to me, in my opinion.
It-
When 8 hats are firing the ball, that's usually when you have championship caliber defense. We're not seeing it. When you're letting UTEP score 10 points, we got a problem. We got an issue. All right.
Yeah.
And you're not, again, Rodney, you're not creating turnovers. You're not getting takeaways. You're not getting strip sacks. Your inability to get to the quarterback is still present, man. That's concerning for me, right? Like, sure, the quarterback is a concern, but also we were supposed to be dominant on the edge. I'm very happy that we're stout in the middle for our defensive interior line. That has been a nice welcoming addition to the season, but still, like, we were expecting like just tenacity off the edge. We haven't gotten that yet. All right, a couple of tackles for losses, yesterday, but still, where's the 3 to 4 sacks? Where's the quarterback, just running for his life and having to get off his spot? Where's the forced takeaways? Like that's the part that I'm really worried about. Like our inability to get to the quarterback. But
I will say on Saturday, the one thing that I was surprised about with UTEP was I really did think that, but with a good quarterback, a better touted quarterback and a really good wide receiver, I thought that they would test the Texas pass rush and secondary a little bit more. But it was a very lunchbox type of game plan that UTEP came out with. They seemed pretty satisfied to try to run the ball. They didn't take a lot of shots, and again, so that's going to take away from your pass rush. But still, that is where you want to see more explosive plays on defense. And it's really hard to bitch about the defense. I mean, it really is, because everything is just so evident on the offensive side, everything that's lacking right there. But what's concerning to me with that, Wags, with the offense,
you can still think that the defense is fantastic, but also have concerns, right? Like,
sure, absolutely.
Like the run defense is stout. It is, but and you're sitting there, your ability to sit there and react and play and keep the defense or keep the opposition in front of you is fantastic. But we have to be able to create points off. If the offense is struggling to create points,
at this point you have to. At this point you have to. And that's where we're in that situation that I've mentioned before, to where it's like, man, I'm really having a hard time trying to fathom that this team is going to be, because we knew the defense was going to be good, but that the defense was going to be the only thing driving it, because the offense has this much potential. And we've mentioned it so many times. If it was for a lack of personnel on offense, that would be one thing. If you had a stagnant offense to where it's like, okay, you just don't have, whether it's up front, on the outside, in the backfield, you just don't have that at quarterback. You just don't have it, but you do. You do. And that this is where you go back to, a lot of people are questioning Arch. This is where you start questioning the coaching staff. It's like, why is the offense this, what's the right word? Cold?
I can't. I mean, I tried to come up with it too. It's just it's out of sync.
And
non-fluent, it's just not fluid. Like, yeah. it just does not flow. I'm trying to come up with it.
If it was like a baseball pitcher that got in a slump, if they came out against Ohio State
or choppy. I mean, I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah. Inconsistent.
Inconsistent is a really good word. Like inconsistent.
Can't really say inconsistent, Wags, because I haven't, other than the 5 minutes against San Jose State, that's really the only time that I've seen them gel with a short field. And then there's the short field part. So just stagnant. Stagnant's a good word. Just like murky.
Like I mean, they're going down the field. It's penalties too. Like 7 penalties again. Like there's undisciplined. Undisciplined's a good word
that's a good
say.
One.
Young.
You're just going. It's just going the wrong way. It's like after San Jose State, I'm like, sure as shit, you're going to see some progress. And you're going the wrong way.
What are some things that you took away from the game? Like, I know that we can give all the hot fuzzy flashes, but like, what are some concerns that you saw out of the offense? You mentioned the line. Anybody out of the line in particular, like DJ Campbell? Like, why haven't you come on and been a little bit more vocal or a leader there? Anybody out of the wide receiver room? Or are you worried that we're not getting the ball to Wingo that much anymore? I mean, he was able to get into the end zone for the first time this campaign. Like, what's some things that have you on on M's need here. Or...
At this point, it's just, to me, Trevor Goosby's the only consistent anchor that you have on the offensive line. Everybody else you're going to have, with Campbell and these guys, you're still going to have the penalties and the pre-snaps and all that. And that's very concerning when you have a quarterback that is just not playing up to the ability. And what I'd really like to see, I heard the guys talking about this earlier, and I had this kind of in my notes after the game on Saturday too. Let's figure out this receiver thing. I mean, if we're trying to get Wingo involved, trying to figure out different ways to get him that continuity that Arch has with Livingston, keep working on that, but get some of these other guys.
Do you not think they're forcing it to Livingston too much? Like it's almost like he's honing in on Livingston and waiting for Livingston to get open and then just forcing the throw open instead of going through his progressions.
Yeah, it's like your security blanket that I mentioned the other day, to where it's like, okay, I know that when all things fail, that I have that. And what's the defense going to do, Wags? They're going to figure that out. They're going to figure that stuff out. I mean, but this is where I had really hoped that in these 3 games that we have here leading up to SEC play, and then you got a bye week in between, is to where you were going to get Lockett in there. You were going to get McCutcheon in there. You were going to get these guys to where they had some continuity too, to where you would plug them in and have them ready to go. But still at this point, you're sitting here trying to figure out who else other than Livingston is going to have continuity with
Well, it looked like injuries was starting to build a little bit, but
absolutely. Absolutely.
Back to the inconsistency. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, the tight end and Livingston, those seem to be the ones where that they're always going to be there. But you know what? I mean, if you and I can sit here and figure this stuff out, I mean, we watch the game a couple of different times or whatever, and we figure it out. What are these like really smart football people going to do? They're going to figure that shit out too. And these SEC defenses that are coming up, man, I look at this team right now and I'm like, holy shit, I'm genuinely concerned. Once we get past the bye week, right?
I don't want to sit here and beat a dead horse. I know that they played awful, but I did want to hear a couple of remarks from Sark real quick. He was asked from the media, we've been talking about Arch's mechanics for the past 10, 15 minutes, right? Or how long we've been on, 30 minutes here. Let's hear from Sark on Arch's mechanics and if there is something actually wrong.
No, I think the one thing that can happen when you compress a little bit is you kind of speed up the delivery, but then slow down the delivery. And I know that's kind of a bit of an oxymoron, but if you think about when you try to speed your arm up and then decelerate your arm, for some of us here that are bad golfers, think about your golf swing. You try to swing hard and then you try to slow it down at the very end to make good contact. That's never a recipe for success, and that's not a good recipe for throwing a football either. And I felt like that happened at times today. But I'll have to evaluate the tape a little bit more to see if there's anything else fundamentally that I didn't like. But that one thing I think showed up a little bit, where he can speed himself up and then try to slow himself down. And he plays better when he's in more rhythm and rhythmic that way. And there were some beautiful rhythm throws, the deep curl route to Parker early in the game, the middle route to Ryan Wingo late. As I said, the out route for the touchdown to Ryan. Those were nice rhythm throws. And I think that's when he's at his best. And that's our job to find that rhythm in him.
And he says that from time to time, right? Sark knows that that's what he needs to get his quarterback doing in that rhythm, right? And it felt like that's what happened at the beginning of the game. It felt like Arch was starting to get into that rhythm, and then they went away from it. Now it's fine to go away from it if you're going to lean on your running game and start to wear on that, the defensive line a little bit and start to get them tired for the latter portions of the season or latter portions of the game. But I mean, just to go away from something to work on something is not a reason to go away from what's working, in my opinion. And he talked again on Arch pressing, right? That's now the second or a few times now that he's mentioned his team is pressing and trying to make things happen. What's causing that press? What's causing them to press, right? Like, are you guys not working on the things or the fundamentals in practice that's not transitioning over into the game? Like something, if you're doing stuff in practice, especially against a team like UTEP, right? And again, I'm not trying to lean and fall back on that, but if you're taking care of the small things in practice, the things should transition or should be able to be seen on the field, right? Like that should be able to be visible on the field. Like all the stuff that you're working on hard on practice should be able to be on display, especially against a team against UTEP, right? And you shouldn't have to be pressing. You shouldn't have to be working on speeding stuff up, right? Now, I don't understand deliveries with the quarterback. I don't understand arm speed and arm slides. And, if you're trying to do something, I understood his analogy with golf, but again, like it eluded me with the arm slide and throwing it. I do see Arch pressing a little bit, but I think that's causing him to throw the ball behind him. I don't know if that's the reason for the arm slide or not, Rodney. But yeah, that's Sark on Arch's mechanics. Your thoughts on that?
And this is where I think that there's so much more to this, because I think if there were a problem, if there were a weekday problem with practice or whatever, I think we'd know about it. I mean,
wouldn't you see that too? Like if he isn't that something that he would see in practice, every throw, every drop back?
Yeah, as many eyeballs that are able to cover practice and the different things, and the coaching staff, and that's when you legitimately have to be concerned as a coach when practice looks bad, and you have a lot of guys to where it's like, holy, they're horrible at practice, but then they get under the lights and it's
in their game, and that happens too, right? There's teams are filled with gamers or just people that are on the team for practice, and they don't give 100% in practice, but game time shows up, and don't worry, they'll be there when the lights are on. No, I understand that completely.
And it seems like what we have here is we have some kind of performance anxiety, to where it's like, man, which
that is a really good, that's what it does seem like. I didn't even think of that, but
it really does. And this is where you go back to with Arch,
performance anxiety, huh?
These guys that play for big Texas 6A school.
Dr. Ronnie here.
Dr. Ronnie has solved this. Arch, get on over here. Come over here. I'll cross my legs and I'll fix you up. I'll fix you up. Get your ass over here. Sark, come over here.
Sark also spoke about the sense of urgency, and we kind of hit on that just a little bit, and just to the sense of our urgency, right? Like, for me, not understanding that you're outweighing the opposition by 50 pounds, right? And not, you're ripping off 3.5, 4 yards a clip on your run. And I get it. You got to spell your running backs. You've had some, you've had succession turnover in that backfield now. And how about big hand for Simon too, by the way, coming in 17 totes, just out of nowhere, hey, by the way, Simon, you got to run the ball.
Well, he had to. Yeah, he had to.
No, I know. Yeah. Like, backs are down. Like, we're all we have. Gibson's putting it on the deck a little bit. We got to go to you. 17 carries, 17 totes, being able to like, I understand. 3.9. That's a first down every time or every 3 totes, right? That's a first down. Now I get it, by average, that's a first down, but also not putting the ball on the ground. That's big for me. Like, that's huge. 17 carries, no fumbles. Big things for Simon, I think. That is a breath of fresh air to see that come into play. Hopefully Wisner can get back to health and get into the backfield soon here. But yeah, the struggles at running back and being able to see Simon come up with it, or being able to emerge, is a little bit of breath of fresh air. But other than that, I don't really there was one ball that Arch threw that was just immaculate. I thought it was an NFL throw, but other than that, I thought he struggled. And that was the throw that he hit to Wingo, the 4-yard touchdown pass that he hit to Wingo. Put it in a place where only Wingo could get to it. But even that, it looked like it was still a struggle, right? I even said it to my son. I was just like even that looks hard. That's a hard, and it is an absolute hard throw to make, but just the separation from Wingo, like, again, maybe we're selling UTEP completely short, man.
No,
I know.
Yeah, it's.
But I'm just.
And by the way,
football, buddy, it's bad football. I'm trying here.
I don't know if Arch is hurt or not, but I saw Dak Prescott throw a bullet yesterday, and he winced just like that. So there's that. But
I think there's all kinds of grimace. But we didn't hear the sound from Sark yet.
Go ahead.
I still wanted to hear the Sark. This is Sarkeesian on just the lack of, I guess, of intensity from the offense and really all that. Here he is real quick.
From an offensive perspective, I want us to get here like tomorrow. When you talk about an urgency, yeah. I want us to play our best football like Monday at practice and take off from there. we'll see how realistic that looks. I don't think we're very far off. I feel like guys are trying hard. They're working hard. They're working at their craft. We all know that, hey, we need to be the best version of ourselves offense to try to achieve some of the things we want to achieve this year. Granted, we've got a great defense. Granted, we're playing good on special teams if we can just eliminate some of these penalties. But again, it's all 11 doing it together, and it's easy to put it on just one guy that way. I won't do that because I feel like we all can play better, we all can coach better, and that's the responsibility that we have to try to make that happen.
They couldn't be farther from off than having a sense of urgency. Like he says that they're right close to it and right on the cusp of finding
What's
it.
He watching?
I don't know. He's watching the same thing that I'm trying to find. That's
yeah. Is he watching A&M? Is he watching Oklahoma?
Oh my God,
Dude.
Carver or Craver, is that his name? I don't know. He's got. I think it's Craver from Texas A&M. He reminds me of CD Lamb. Now I'm not saying he's CD Lamb material right now, but it's his strides, dude. When he gets into the midfield and he's got the ability to just take those strides, dude, he looks like a damn gazette, just pulling away from everybody.
Yeah,
that's Texas A&M looks tough.
And that's
I'm telling you right now, October and November are going to be pretty bad months if we don't get our shit together.
When I see Gunnar Stockton and Marcel Reed and Diego Pavia making these plays, I'm like, oh, what? We had the generational guy. We had the guy that was going to be doing that. And this is where you kind of get to the whole, and I'm certainly changing my stance from earlier in the year, Wags, to where I'm like, I don't want this dude running the ball. I really don't want him running the ball. Now it's like, run the ball.
So
I'm
glad you brought that up. I feel like when Arch runs the ball, I feel like if he does it naturally, right, it opens up his game a little bit more, right? It opens up his bag. It allows him to get his confidence. And this is another thing that I said to Zay too on the post game. He's not having it. No, doesn't look like anybody's having fun out there, right? Like even when you're winning, you're supposed to be having fun. Remember when him dancing and doing all the the celebrations and stuff with his teammates last year? That's not happening. That's not happening this year at all. Like, or maybe the cameras just aren't catching. I'm not catching it. I'm not paying attention to that, or I'm just looking at it with negative optics or negative lenses, right? Critical lenses. Or if that's the case, I probably won't be able to see him celebrate because I'll be just too honed in on all the bad things. But yeah, I haven't seen fun from Arch Manning this year. So let it go, let it loose. Start running with your legs. Start keeping the defense unbalanced, and who knows, maybe the fun starts to happen, and we start getting 45-yard or 45 touchdowns or 45 score games and stuff like that.
And I love what Sark says there to tell people that we're close or whatever. Yeah, that's what you want to hear. But
are we though? Like,
no, you're not.
Like, and here's don't tell me I'm not stupid. We're not dumb.
And here's the other part to me, to where it's like, okay, let's say that let's just say for shits and grins that Texas comes out and puts up 60 on the board this week. Then you got a week off. You get Arch on, whether it's the yips or whatever. I heard the guys this morning. It's the yips. It's just the mechanical stuff is where I go back to fundamental plays. But let's say you get him on track, then you got a week off. Does he fall back off the wagon? I mean, and then you go to the swamp. I don't know. It's just that you've kind of pissed away a lot of time right here in your 3 games to where you were going to fix things, and here you are, Wags. When I look up and there's 5 minutes left in this game, and you still got the whole damn offensive line in there, Arch is still in there, and I'm like, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, I wanted to see him play a little bit, but I wanted to see him have success playing. All right, like I wanted to see him work on things and be efficient. Like I didn't think it was going to be a struggle to get 28 points. Or
well, and I got to tell you, Wag, at this point, I'm like, let's get Matt Caldwell some reps.
So you're a big confidence guy, and you're a big emotions guy, right?
Well, yeah.
Or what do you think is going to happen to Arch if that what do you think you think Arch's confidence is struggling right now? What do you think is going to happen if he gets a hook?
It seemed to help Colin Simmons the week before when they pulled him out, but then he went and got a half a sack, and then was he even there? Was Colin Simmons there this week? Did he play this week?
Yeah, he was on the field. Did he
I
not?
know, but it was a quiet day for him. Him too.
So
So
I
here
see
we
what
are.
I see what
Here we are
No,
back
that
to
goes
these
back
guys.
to that goes back to my inabilities, or that goes back to the defensive edge rushers.
Yeah, there's your guy. Yeah, the thing with Arch, I mean, you would think with the football mindset, those of us that have played football, whether you played it at a mid-level, high level, or low level, when somebody pulls you out of the game and puts somebody and takes your spot, that kind of would tend to light a fire. I would hope, but I don't know. Maybe it
going back to
crushed
that Simmons thing too, and Burke. That's what I was talking about. It feels like other people are just waiting around for other people to make a play. When those guys are used to making plays every play, right? Or just being around the ball all the time. Our ball hawks aren't ball hawking, right? Like Mookie. Mookie's not around the ball either.
Nope.
Though that is the one good thing that I'll say about our secondary. None of the secondary hesitates to come up and force, right? And force and fill. Like they all come up and make that tackle. They all play downhill. Muhammad, I thought, played fantastic and played downhill. I'm trying to think of some other.
Littleton was great again.
Littleton was fantastic.
Got a pick. Yeah, got a pick.
There's and Simon, like those are the the saving grace points from Saturday. And I know we won 27-10, but again, consider the way and how we won the opposition.
It's not impressive.
All right, let's go around the rest of the landscape, or I guess real quick. College from college football, Tennessee and Georgia had one hell of a game. You almost called that upset there. You thought Tennessee was going to be able to take down Georgia, didn't you? I thought you did.
Almost. Yeah, I thought I was going to hit that one.
A&M being able to come out and outswing Notre Dame 41-40. What a game that was there. That was, I'm telling you, it's
come from behind.
Going to be tough. It is going to be tough when we get down in the later October and November season. Also, Georgia Tech upsetting Clemson.
I did call that one. That one I did call.
I did call that one, amigo. Yeah, you were all over that. My kid was on that. He must have been listening to you too, because he came in and he was just like, Clemson's going down, man. They got to figure something out too. Like Clemson, South Carolina, Texas. All these teams, or all three of these teams, are playing underperforming. I would say their offenses.
There's your three Heisman front runners right there. You just mentioned.
Weird, isn't it? It's weird. Very weird.
Same
shit or it felt like the same shit kind of happened with Ewers and Beck last year too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What do the writers know? Nothing.
What do the writers know? I mean, but that's and then of course the game that I was tuning into or was really anticipating the most there, South Florida and Miami. That didn't end up being a game at all.
No.
49-12. We found out who the juggernauts of Florida are. The best team in Florida is in Coral Gables.
Maybe Carson Beck wasn't the problem with Georgia.
Maybe not. All right, NFL landscape, amigo. In my Survivor League news, took Arizona yesterday. They tried to give it up to the Panthers. Man,
career day for Bryce Young.
Looked like a seamlessly win, right? Like looked like they weren't going to struggle at all, and then all of a sudden the fourth quarter happened, and then Carolina, in the desert, was able to make a game out of this thing and make me start sweating a little bit. But yeah, so I've played Jacksonville and I've played Arizona. All right, and both teams have played the Panthers, so I'm kind of bullying up on the Panthers a little bit. I think I'm going to go with Seattle this week.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to take Seattle.
Beat Aaron Rodgers, man. Beat Aaron Rodgers.
Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold looks like he can do it in Seattle. It looks like he can do it in Minnesota. It looks like Mono Boy has fully grown into Mono Man, and he is just all over the place making Mono happen.
I tell you, man.
All right, where do you want to go first? You want to talk about this crazy-ass game? Cowboys and Giants game, man.
It drove me crazy. Before we do that, Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Be sure and check out those good folks looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It is Covert Bee Cave. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a cover deal. Not now, not ever. AV Consultations. Yesterday, the AV Consultations studio was in full gear. Cowboys, Giants, NFL Red Zone. Even had the LPGA on yesterday. Ladies Professional Golf Association. Watching my lady, Charlie Hull, win yesterday. You can get all of that as well. 255-8678. Get that call in. Tom McKay will come out and assess your situation and then get you all hooked up just like we are here with TSU. avconsultations.com. Check out the gallery of projects. Here's a word from AV Consultations.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
That's right. avconsultations.com. Get them to your place today, and you can be hooked up just like all of us. Also, McCall Custom Homes. Want to talk about those folks getting cooler outside. This morning I woke up. It was 7:25 or so before the sun fully came out. So you can go enjoy your patio space in the morning, have your morning coffee out there, or your morning Bloody Mary on the weekends. If you want to update that outdoor space, it is McCall Custom Homes. Check out the gallery of those projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the 5-star ratings from Google. Check out the BBB Great Business Accreditation at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. 512-633-9580. Get a hold of our man, Mike McCall. He will personally come out and get you an estimate. Be sure and mention TSU because that will get you a free estimate. McCall Custom Homes, over 40 years, father-son team with the best trades that you're going to find anywhere around here. They'll get you hooked up. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Also, congratulations, Chase Brown from Bastrop, winner of the
Hey, there you go.
150. Party in Bastrop coming up this weekend. Woohoo! Let's go.
Well, if you get too crazy, you're going to need to call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. There's a new lawyer in town, and that's Hecht Law Firm there. Make sure you give him a call. That number's 512-938-8929. Proud Texan, fighting for Longhorns, fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. Ryan Hurricane Hecht brings that same fire and passion and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, you're down because the Longhorns can barely beat UTEP, or your dog got hurt and maybe your dog bit you because the Longhorns are down so bad, you just call Ryan up. He's fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets the money in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through. He's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, businesses, families, and you right here. Friend of the show, fighter for the people, went to school with BK. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. You can reach him at Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. Again, email Ryan at HECHTLawFirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Hey, Wags, before we talk about if we're going to talk about the Giants, and I know that you have your quarterback now with Russell Wilson after he's been refreshed and drank the holy water at Cowboy Stadium and is unbelievable. But Daniel Jones,
maybe he just had some sex. Maybe he had sex.
We need to hook up Arch. Let's help Arch out. Let's take Arch to the Palazzo.
Okay, you did, Arch. You're going out with Uncle Ronnie here, Arch.
Oh yeah, don't learn from Uncle Ronnie. That's not good. Arch will be calling
Arch.
Hurricane
If you learn from Uncle Ronnie, you're going to be sitting in a chair right next to Uncle Ronnie.
Arch is going to be doing ads for Hurricane Hecht, and that's to pay his bond, pay his bail. But Danny Dimes does it again, my man, in comeback fashion. Are the Colts for real? Is this guy? He might be the comeback player of the year.
Sometimes a change of scenery is right for everybody, and sometimes a change of scenery can just can
We've seen it before. Hey, Mac Jones, Mac
trash
Jones
is other people's treasure. I don't know. Maybe Daniel Jones can actually play. Maybe you just had to get him with the Irsay girls. I don't know.
Yeah, the owner, that girl. Yeah, that's a good call.
That's a good football mindset, right? Like the like, why are you on the sidelines? No other owners on the sideline. Well, I have to be able to know if my head coach is full of shit or not. Like I have to know if they're able to be able to call plays or whatever. Like, I think that's a great oversight or a great type of leadership, man. Now, of course, you don't want to be up your coach's ass or whatever, but again, like to know the game, to be around the game. And of course, like, she's probably trying to be a student too, right? I would think, like, you want to be around the team, you want to be around the organization. Now, we give a lot of shit to Jerry Jones for doing that, so we'll see how that goes and see if it's I don't know, loved by Colts ownership or loved by Colts fan base, I guess. But it seems to be working out. I mean, the Colts seem to be in a nice little run here. They're playing Tennessee this coming up week, right? Now, I'm trying to stay away for Survivor. I'm trying to stay away from division games just because you never now the Colts clearly look better than Tennessee right now, but you never know what happens in a damn divisional game, right? Like, so that's kind of like one of my rules. One, stay away from divisional contests, right? Pick on the Panthers and stay away from the Bengals, right? Try not to have the Bengals. Try not to pick against the Bengals or pick for the Bengals.
Oh, man.
Now, you're probably going to be picking against the Bengals now because Brown. Actually, I say that, Burrow going down and Browning coming in is a little bit. It's clearly a letdown, right? A let off, a drop off, right? Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but Browning's not a bad quarterback. And when you have a wide receiver room with Chase and Higgins, I think Browning's going to be able to find his way rather not. Well, hell, we've seen it in the past before.
Yeah,
he's come out and been able to not produce the numbers that Burrow produces, but he's been able to play some top quarterback ball in the NFL.
I thought about that yesterday because I've got Burrow in a fantasy league, and when I saw that he went down, I'm like, well, shit, So I clicked over to the Bengals game, and I saw Browning there. Now, how did they hold on to Browning? Because
how did
they hold on to Browning so long? Because he was good that one year. I figured he'd have got in this league where you get a badass backup quarterback, somebody scoops him up.
I think
that dude is good.
I think it's where you can excel, right? Or it's if the environment's good for you, right? Like we just got done talking about this. Like maybe a change of scenery was exactly what Daniel Jones needed. Maybe New York just wasn't it for Daniel Jones.
That's a lot, yeah.
Right? Like maybe the city, maybe that lifestyle, maybe that environment just wasn't enough for him. Maybe a slower, smaller paced city like Indianapolis is a better, just a better environment. Look, I mean, same thing can happen. Like you just put people in certain situations and they fly, right? Maybe Browning just wanted to be in Cincinnati. Case in point, look at Ellinger. Sam Ellinger can go and be a backup quarterback anywhere that he wants, but he loves it. He likes Denver. He likes what the organization at Denver's building, right? So he elected to be a practice quarterback. He turned down he turned down backup money to be in that same organization because he knows, hey, if something goes down, this is the place that I want to be. I want to work with these coaches, right? Like, I mean, that environment does speak a lot, man. And where you're at does matter. Where you hang your hat, I guess, dude.
And I think that was part of the way that the Cowboys kept Cooper Rush for so long, because it was like Cooper Rush is like, okay, I know eventually I'm going to have to go in. I know that Dak's going to go down, and I can go in and they can change the offense for me to where I can be productive. But I think with Jake Browning, I was watching one of the shows this morning with the talking heads, and they're like, well, it's time for Cincinnati to tank. I'm like, I don't necessarily think that with Jake Browning.
That's a great pool right there. Do you know who the talking heads are?
I don't remember who they were. I don't. It was just
David Byrne, Talking Heads.
Oh yeah, that. Yes. I thought you meant the one.
My bad. I'm sorry. I threw you on a loop. That's my ADHD coming into play.
Yeah, no. I was like, I don't know who they are, but yes, I know who that is. But it's like these guys are going on, and I'm like, I seem to remember Jake Browning being pretty damn good when he stepped in before. But this is where you go with Joe Burrow, and I think the ultimate insult yesterday was I saw after Burrow gets hurt, He had to limp back to the locker room. The Bengals don't even have a cart to carry this guy back.
Get out of here.
Come on, man. Don't be. Yeah, that dude was limping back.
Maybe he was trying to walk it off.
Maybe so, but he had like 3 people holding him up. I'm
Yeah,
like,
but he's probably not trying to walk it off. He's got 3 people holding him off.
anybody got a fucking golf cart around here? Call Kenfield Golf Cars. Bengals, come on, man. But it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna junk the season yet. I mean, that dude's capable. And Joe Burrow, God, this poor dude's Andrew Luck, man. It's like he's got Andrew Luck, and that's not good. That's not a good thing. Damn.
Man, did we miss out on that guy?
Andrew
It would
Luck.
have been nice to see Andrew Luck actually play, right?
Yeah, right.
Instead of hanging up early. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I thought the Broncos had that game in play too. I thought it was in their hand as well, and then they gave it up. I agree with Jake right there. Colts. I thought they gave the game to the Colts there. But yeah, that's. I mean, I would have picked the Broncos over the Colts,
Same.
right? But I mean, home field advantage, sure. And we'll see how the Broncos can bounce back from this. I still have the Broncos being able to win the West here. I'm interested to see the Chargers tonight. Really want to see the Chargers.
Yeah. I do want to say, remember everything that I said last week about Detroit? I take it back. They emphatically welcomed that other coach, Ben Johnson, home yesterday.
Golf shut us up, didn't he? St. Brown too with 3 touchdowns. Man, they look good. I mean, after we got done saying, "Oh, Detroit,
Detroit.
Oh, the lion has turned into the cowardly lion."
The window's closed. It's over. It was all the coordinators. Sheesh. God, that was an ass whooping.
Rob says the Colts looking a lot better than I expected. Yeah, a lot better than I expected too. Like when they went with Daniel Jones, and this, I'm not trying to beat up on Daniel Jones, right? But the situation that he was in with the Giants was awful. It was horrendous. It was dismal, right? And you'd like to think, based off of what you know, based off of what you've seen, Daniel Jones is probably going to fail again in a starting situation, right? Because it didn't look like it was schemed. We're talking about execution here. When Daniel Jones was on the field, he was struggling to stay upright when no one was touching him, right? Gets to Indianapolis and he's, playing like the second coming of Peyton Manning here. And now that's I'm embellishing like a mofo here, but I mean, he's playing a lot better than what he played in New York. He's got one hell. Now the line is getting a lot better in New York right now, but when Daniel Jones was there, it was a hellacious line. It was awful. Indianapolis has a pretty decent line. You also have a really good running back with Jonathan Taylor.
That dude is really good.
Yeah, that's and when
people
you can
forget about him, right?
Right, exactly. When you can turn around and hand the ball off to somebody like Jonathan Taylor behind that line and allow yourself to eat, and their receiver core is starting to build pretty decent too, right? Like quietly, Indianapolis could be making some noise. Quietly, I know that's an oxymoron, but quietly they could be making.
Hey, they might. I mean, because Miami and New England were stumbling each other's ass yesterday. So it's like I thought New England was going to vault themselves, and everybody's chasing Buffalo. But when you want to talk about guys making a comeback, I mean, how about our man Mac Jones, 26-39, 279, 3 touchdown passes.
Sometimes opportunity presents itself,
Mac
Uncle Rodney.
Jones, well, he was no good in New England. Well, now he's in San Francisco.
He's got that sunny sunshine in San Francisco. He's got some flowers in his hair out there in San Francisco.
He got some vitamin. What's the sun give you? Vitamin C or D?
Vitamin
Which one?
D.
Vitamin
Get you
D.
that vitamin D, bud.
He's getting the D in San Francisco, it seems like.
He's definitely getting the D in San Fran.
He wins over Spencer Rattler.
But see, hold on there. Like we're talking about the Saints. Right, we're talking about. I know we're talking about Mac Jones, but we're talking about the Saints.
Hey,
right?
the Saints looked better last week than I thought. I mean,
San Francisco's window shrunk, right? Like San Francisco's window has drastically.
Here's why the Saints are playing better, Wags. It's they were going to tank for Arch. They've been watching Arch, and they're like, shit, we better win some games.
Maybe Rattlers are.
We don't want that. We don't want that. Oh my God. Pile on
Maybe Rattlers our guy. Probably the best thing I saw from the weekend, Rodney. Your play or whatever. Do you have one? I got one. I'll go with it. It comes from the Dolphins and Patriots matchup. It comes from their. I forget the punt returner who ran it back for the Dolphins, but the very next play or the very next the ensuing kickoff, right? The Patriots ran it back, and then you have and also the person that ran it back for the Patriots. It's eluding me too. I'm sure Rob can help me out. He watched it too. But the funny thing, the best thing that I saw wasn't the return. It was Mike Vrabel running the entire length of the football field, sprinting, and as he's like almost outrunning the person with the ball, running the ball carrier down the line, jumping over the damn sticks. Vrabel still got it. That is the best thing I saw from the weekend, man. What came from the contest between the Dolphins and the Patriots, Mike Vrabel sprinting down the sideline.
I'll tell you the best thing that I saw, and it was at the end of the game that you and I were glued to, Wags. It was the Dallas Cowboys. Look at Jerry Jones right here. Look at Jerry Jones in the background.
He's still on the team, man. He's still on the team. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb looked good.
Jerry. Fucking Jerry.
You know what, though? Here's the thing. Like you might say, hey, it's the Giants. Come on, guys. It's the Giants. Giants got a pretty nasty defense, right?
They do.
If it wasn't for a couple of plays here and there, you'd think that the Giants might have been able to come away and steal that damn thing. And Aubrey, I've never seen a kicker like Aubrey in my life.
That
concrete foot, absolute 64 yards.
You don't even have to get to midfield for this dude. It's like, yeah, if you can get to about the 40, if you get to the 48, you get to your own 48 and bring in the kicker. Like, what? Are you crazy? That's, I don't know. Sign that guy. Give him an extension right now. Don't even let it get to next whenever. I don't know when his contract is due, but I'm shredding his contract right now and writing him a new one. I mean, because this dude he's the MVP by far. Hell, maybe of the league.
If the Giants just got a couple more pieces in their secondary, that defense would be absolutely just stout, right?
And if they could get out of their own way, Wags, we talk about Texas with mental mistakes. God damn, how many penalties?
Oh my God! You talking about Burns?
Well, not him. I mean,
Burns, like number 55, Javon Burns.
Yeah. I mean, he had the 4 penalties on the one drive, but it's like all day the Giants. I'm like, even as a Cowboys fan,
it's tough to watch. I've been. It's not just the quarterback play. Like when you have a little bit of a reprieve, right? When stuff starts to go your way, and you start thinking that you're going to have a chance to win the game. It's never easy. And what I text you, I was like, see what I mean? Like we just get in our own way. We can't help ourselves. The Giants can't help themselves.
Yeah.
Like they have to, it's almost like they have to lose. Maybe they're playing for Arch. No, but the Giants have a legitimate.
No, you got Russell Wilson. You don't need Arch.
No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart's the guy. Like, I mean, we say that we haven't seen enough. I still haven't seen enough of Jackson Dart. I still keep going back to the nightmare that I have in my head when he let me down in the college football. The bet I had against Ole Miss in Florida, that I bet on Ole Miss pretty heavy. That game against Florida, and they shit the bed that game. 3 interceptions in a span of 2 minutes. We all remember it. The meltdown that Jackson Dart had.
You know what was one of the cool things that I saw over the weekend too, and it's bad for the team that I'm about to talk about was, and I've been waiting for this to happen because I knew somebody was going to have this blunder, was the dude from the Steelers or the 2 dudes from the Steelers on the kickoff with the new kickoff rules that didn't go field the ball in the safety zone and the ball.
Oh, they let it, yeah. Like, how do you not know that?
Yeah. It's like, I mean, shit. I mean, I know you get in the moment and everything, but it's like, you have to field it. You have to field it.
But that rule hasn't changed ever. You always have had to field the ball. Have you not?
I think you could let it roll in the end zone before. But I know with this new safety
on a kickoff, you have to field the ball.
Maybe you do. I just never analyze it that hard. But I definitely know now you have to field it. And that thing just rolls in and stops at the back of the end zone. And those dudes are sitting around.
On a punt, you do not have to field it. On a kickoff, you absolutely have to field it.
You do now. I don't know if you always have had to. That's a good one. That's a really good one. I need to go in the.
If the ball goes over 10 yards, you have to field it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure like that's what I was always taught from high school. But then again, I didn't really. The only special teams I played was punt, or I usually was on the field, except for special teams is when I would get my breather, right? Except for like when I had
live ball. Okay, you're right. I guess I just never really thought about that because they always field the ball. They always field the ball. Somebody, whether it's fair catch.
So how are we feeling about the Pittsburgh Steelers now?
Same way I felt before. I mean, they won on week 1. I knew it was going to be, Rodgers was going to be fired up going back to, trying to beat the Jets. But I still think the Steelers are kind of a middle of the road.
How do you feel about Seattle? I guess a better question is, how do you feel about Seattle? How do you think Seattle's going to be around the playoffs towards the end of the season?
I think they will. I think they have a wild card chance, to be honest with you. I think it may be them and the Cardinals. And I'm still so high on the Cardinals. I know they barely snuck in yesterday. I'm telling you, Wags, they're going to be 5-1 or 6-0 because
I think their offense is pretty nasty. Bad. I don't know if they can put teams away though, right? Like that's what clearly if you're struggling against the Panthers, then that's going to be my ultimate concern is, can you put teams away? I don't know if I have the Cardinals penciled in around the wild card spot. Have we given our top 8 from each division yet, or from each?
I don't think we have. I don't think we have. I think we just kind of talked about who we thought might be able to make some noise. And I think what's going to happen with the Cardinals is they're going to come out of the box so well that when we get to that point, they're going to still be in place. But they're kind of one of those teams to where I think if they got in as a wild card or even a divisional champ, that they'd get in and then they'd probably get smoked, in the wild card round or the first round, whatever it would be, because they would kind of limp their way in, kind of like the Texans. See, I want to see the Texans tonight. So we got 2 good games tonight. Texans and Bucks, I think, could be something pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, kickoff starts at 6
Is that right? 6 o'clock. Damn. All right. So that
make sure you turn your workload off early. Make sure you get everything done complete, guys, so we can get some Monday Night Football going on. Doubleheader tonight, man.
Have to take a nap. Good call right here. Astros no longer in first. Astros. Oh, come on.
Well, guess what? It's going to happen. All right.
Come on.
It's going to happen. Astros win the division.
They're not even in the wild card right now, Wags. It's the Yankees and the Sox, and Houston right behind them. I don't want Yankees and the Sox as wild card teams. Come on. One of those is
2.5 tonight on Houston, and then 3.5. That's the line for the Chargers.
What
in Vegas?
In Vegas.
Now the Chargers usually step on their own stuff and mess it up, right?
I think they're kind of beyond that a little bit right now, Wags. I
don't know, man. Geno Smith has some things cooking with. Now I know it's only been 1 week, right? But I think people have been counting Geno out too long, for too often.
Oh, he likes proving him
That's
wrong,
what I'm saying. He loves being the damn underdog, man.
He loves that. That's what Geno does.
I think this might be a wrong team favored tonight, guys. I think I might jump on the Raiders.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not quite that ready.
I know the Chargers looked sexy. They looked hot in week 1, but this just smells like a wrong team favorite tonight. This smells like a WTF. WTF. Nick.
Speaking of hot and sexy, there they are right there.
Speaking of hot and sexy, should be a bag of nuts.
I don't know which is which.
How are y'all doing?
Hot and sexy, of course. What's up?
Victory Monday, Nick. Victory Monday.
Man, it took everything to get to it, but yeah, we're here. I think there's still an extra overtime period being played if I check.
Burns tried to give it to you. Burns is still out there committing penalties.
Man, that was white girl wasted that entire game yesterday. Man.
Yeah, that was quite a lot.
Yeah, thought we were going to get, I thought the Giants were actually going to have something to cheer about, me being a Giants fan. Then all of a sudden here comes Aubrey just with the concrete foot to tie the game 64. And then what was the 40?
48. 48. I think 46, 48.
Yeah. Nothing. He could hit it with his left foot.
Yeah.
That dude never looks concerned. I mean, he just kind of there, just holds on to the face mask, comes walking out, and
yeah. That kind of mentality, you're either a serial killer or you're an NFL killer.
Oh, he's a sociopath. He's a sociopath.
There's nothing in between. You have to be a crazy person inside.
You look right through him. He just
he's got that 1,000-yard stare. You know what I mean?
We need to hook him up with Arch. Aubrey needs to come help out Arch.
Yeah.
Need something. How you guys doing, man? Good weekend?
Good weekend. I spent the entire Saturday on my couch, which was awesome. It was a great slate.
Fetal position?
Funny. The best slate we've had so far in college football through 3 weeks. So that was nice. And then on Sunday, watched some games. Niners got to win.
Yeah, how you feeling about Mac
baby?
I mean, hey, he's getting it done. The Saints also suck. So it's kind of hard to get a gauge of where they're actually at. But, I mean, a win is a win. My fear is that that the 49ers are going to win more games than they should, and they're going to end up like 9-8 and picking somewhere between like 12 and 18, but not good enough to make the playoffs, or like 7-10, something like that. So we'll see. But I can't get excited about this season. I don't know why.
No, you don't feel like Pierce Hall can lead that wide receiver room?
No. Well, I mean, maybe, but like him, Juwan Jennings.
Now with Kittle banged up too, I mean, a little daunting. No, I get you, man.
Yeah, like they're going to play a lot better defenses than the New Orleans Saints with Cam Jordan in like year 30 and DeMario Davis in like year 28, you know?
Come on,
I get that.
Don't be so hard on the Saints.
No, I mean,
they already got hard enough. You're right,
Jordan. So, I mean, I'm a Giants fan, so you want to come over and make Sundays like a morgue or whatever, you know, that's fine too.
Well, Nick and I will be excited next week. Who's next? Chicago. Oh, hey, Caleb.
Up at Soldier Field. The Bears gave up 52 points yesterday, so first one to 60 next Sunday at Soldier Field.
Right.
Against the Detroit Lions that everybody wrote off in week 1. So
Jadavian Clowney on the case.
All right, gents, I got to get out of here, man. You guys have a great show. We'll see you.
See you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. We got a lot to talk about today. Some notable things happened over the weekend. We're going to hit college football, Texas football, Dallas Cowboys, NFL, and some recruiting. Got some recruiting stuff I want to hit on, but first, we're going to start off with Texas. Nick, I'm assuming you watched, or unfortunately probably had to watch that game.
I caught bits and pieces. Honestly, had a lot of things going on Saturday. Saturday's my one off day whenever they're home, and whenever the Cowboys are away, I don't get an off day. So I was trying to take advantage of the situation. But man, I got the all 22 film from that game in yesterday morning, and I was just kind of skimming through it before the Cowboys-Giants game. And dear God, it doesn't make sense what's happened with Arch. It doesn't make sense. It's bad. And I feel worse about this team every time they hit the field.
Yeah. It's like Arch Manning has been space jammed.
Yeah, for real.
You know, doesn't look like the same 16 that was out there versus Mississippi State or ULM last year, or even in the blowouts whenever he came in and was operating off like 3 plays. Looked a lot different. And I don't know what it is. Because it looks so different, you almost ask yourself, like, does a Manning have the case of the yips? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he was inaccurate. He was making the wrong reads. It was just a bad day. It was a horrific watch, a painful watch. Like 10 incompletions in a row, getting booed at home in the second quarter. Not good. And I didn't see what Sark said about people booing, but if I'm not mistaken, that's the first time a Texas quarterback has been booed in the Sark era at home.
I feel like Quinn had to have been booed once or twice.
Maybe, but I mean, that's if someone else can remember him getting booed, maybe versus Georgia or something, but at least the first time Arch is booed. But not great at all. It made me think of when Tyrone Swoops would come in and people would go Swoops, and then he would attempt a forward pass and they'd boo, and it still sounded like they were cheering him on. But I've seen the Garrett Gilbert comps. I've seen the Tyrone Swoops comps. They make me sick, especially because they are somewhat accurate through 3 weeks of the season, unfortunately. But, man, it's just not good. And the worst part about it, too, being Yeah, I do need to mention Jake Bayless, like he brought up. They went 5 of 16 on third down. The worst part about the whole thing is like he's been horribly inaccurate and he's making the wrong reads, but it's not like the run game has been good either. They had one running back rush or have a rush of 10 plus yards. One. And it was James Simon who had a 13-yard rush, 13 yards. They didn't have a single explosive running play, not one. And as much as I want to give credit to James Simon, as good as I thought he looked for a true freshman his first time being thrown into the fire, like he was put in because Christian Clark was not running into holes. He was running away from them. Like that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. Baxter went down the first play. Wisner was out, obviously, and you were down to your fifth-string running back. You were relying on your fifth-string running back to give you juice, So, again, I think he looked very good for a true freshman. I think that's a good sign of things to come for him going forward. But, I mean, man, like I don't know if I've ever watched a Texas win that's felt more like a loss than that one. And they won 27-3 or 27-10, whatever it was. It was just bad. There's no offensive identity. The quarterback play is down. It's below average. He had like a 25.2 QBR on Saturday. And then the running game also stinks. And there's no offensive identity. And like the worst part about all this too, there's probably going to be a false sense of confidence after Saturday coming up because Sam Houston State, as bad as San Jose State or UTEP might have looked, Sam Houston State's even worse, right? And then you have a bye week, and then you're going to go into the swamp with a Florida team that's got a red ass because they've been getting their head beat in. So not looking great at all.
Against DJ Lagion-Lele.
yeah. We'll get into that later in the show, but
I have a good friend that's a scout for an AFC team, and we were just kind of shooting some notes back and forth yesterday about Arch, and he was like, I had a feeling things were concerning when I went to go see Texas in the spring, and they were hyping up the Bryce Young looking kid more than they were hyping up Arch. And I was like, KJ Lacey? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, interesting. So I don't know. Keep that in mind, I guess, as we move forward.
Yeah, that isn't good. And this is true, what Rob said. They will struggle to get out of the middle of the SEC with this version of Arch. Like, you look at the teams this year that are supposed to be easy wins. I think they can still beat Kentucky because, well, Mark Stoops is over there. But, like, Vanderbilt isn't Vanderbilt. They put belt to ass on South Carolina in South Carolina. That's not an easy win anymore. And, I mean, it wasn't even last year. Mississippi State, they're 3-0 right now. And I know the only impressive win is Arizona State, but, like, that's not the same Mississippi State either. That's not just basically a bye week anymore. Oh, and then on the other hand, OU has an offense. They can complete a forward pass this year. A&M. It blows my mind that Colin Klein is having a successful offense, but they are. Offensively, they're more dangerous than Texas. Same with Oklahoma. And then Arkansas. Like, can Texas score only, I think it was 23-13 last year versus Arkansas or something like that. I believe they only won by 10 points or a 2-score game, something like that.
Yeah.
Can they score that many points versus Arkansas again this year?
Yeah.
Like as much as I looked at last year's team where I'm like, yep, they can only throw passes within 10 yards or behind the line of scrimmage, and the offense is only going to give you 20 points, so the defense has to win the game each and every week. And I thought that was last year's team. That is this year's team. It's worse this year. Ryan Wingo, the connection between him and Arch Manning has been horrible. Parker Livingstone had a great second game of the season. Where was he on Saturday?
He was. There was a pass where he was wide open into the end zone, and Arch just overthrew him.
Yeah, that one. Yes, that is true. He also would have had a touchdown. That play when Arch reversed field and then threw across his body. I think it was 3rd and goal. I know it was an and goal down. He had Parker Livingstone wide ass open and just did not throw to him. He would have walked in the end zone.
Yeah.
So it's not good. And Jake Bayless, the game in the swamp might be the first of 13 at this rate. Yep.
Yeah, that's bad. First of 13 interceptions.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'll say it again. Like, it was a Texas win, but I don't know if I've ever seen a Texas win feel more like a loss than that one in my lifetime. So, yeah. But hey, Dallas Cowboys, they, also got away with the win. They probably should have won more by, but it was a fun watch. They went into overtime. Mr. Unlimited turning back the clock. Malik Neighbors making me some money. CeeDee Lamb making me some money. Where do we want to start with Cowboys Giants?
This secondary is awful. And I think it begins with the scheme that Matt Eberflus has brought to Dallas. It's really bad because you have a lot of guys just looking at each other, pointing at each other after big plays. And that's how you could tell these guys are just not comfortable within the scheme. And it's getting worse. You point to the pair of really big pass plays inside 3 minutes with 2 minutes and 32 seconds left. The fourth down, 32 yards out. Russell Wilson just moonshot to Wan'Dale Robinson. He split right in between Trayvon Diggs and Malik Hooker. And they both kind of look at each other after the play like, you were supposed to be there. No, you were supposed to be there. And so they don't understand who is supposed to be in these specific assignments. And then on the Malik Neighbors ball with under a minute to go, it was just a beautiful ball first off. But Malik Neighbors just straight up beat Trayvon Diggs. And that was kind of the story of yesterday was Trayvon Diggs was getting beat by Malik Neighbors. This defense, when it was under Dan Quinn, ran more man covers than anybody in the NFL. With Mike Zimmer last year, it was a little bit more leaning into the zone concepts. I believe they were around the middle of the league and splitting zone and man. Through 2 games, they have dealt with I believe it's 79 dropbacks, and of those 79 dropbacks, they have played zone coverage on 77 of them. It's the highest in the NFL by a large margin. So you have these guys that you drafted to be in a man-to-man personnel group and a man-to-man scheme, yet you are throwing them out there in zone coverages more than any other team in the NFL by a mile. And you're seeing the fruits of that decision. And it's bad fruit. It's rotten fruit. It's very stinky, bullshit-ass fruit. And it's 450, whatever it was, passing yards allowed to Russell Wilson in year 37. That's never a good thing. And it's a product of the scheme. Matt Eberflus has a lot of shit to figure out.
Yeah, that game was nuts, especially the fourth quarter. What was the press box like up there as all this is going on? And I'm assuming y'all thought things were Jover as soon as Neighbors caught that Hail Mary.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like every time we turned around, we thought it was Jover. And, it's tough because I have an article that I have to have ready whenever the game ends. And I rewrote that thing probably 4 times. And I finally got to a point after the Neighbors touchdown. I was like, I'm not going to change this. I'm just going to leave it as is. And when it hits 0, I can change it in like 5 minutes and I'll be all right. And it was for me personally, I was kind of hoping for a Cowboys win just so I didn't have to rewrite my whole story. No, I mean, it was just back and forth momentum. I don't think anyone really knew where that game was heading. And when Neighbors scored the touchdown with 48 seconds left, and you look up on the clock, you see that the Cowboys have all 3 timeouts. They have Brandon Aubrey on their side. The game was never going to be over at that point. I mean, you just needed to get 10, 15 yards to get into Brandon Aubrey's range. That's exactly what they did. And 64 yards later, he ties the game, sends it into overtime. And then, we were just trending closer and closer to tie territory. And I was like, honestly, I hope this is a tie. Neither team deserves to win this game. And finally, the Cowboys defense came alive, got a turnover, the first turnover of the season. And Brandon Aubrey, 46 yards later, nailed it home, made it happen.
Yeah, Mr. Unlimited was throwing arm punts in overtime. Brandon Aubrey, when will he be the NFL's highest paid kicker of all time?
This offseason. He's due for an extension this offseason. He's going to be a restricted free agent, so the Cowboys have a lot of rights around the right to retain him. But it's going to happen this offseason.
Is he – I know they pretty much signed him off the street and all the stuff he was doing before football, but I can't remember. Is he a DFW native or was he just living in DFW?
Yeah, he went to Plano Senior High, was a soccer player growing up, went to Notre Dame to play soccer, was a first-round pick in the MLS draft to play soccer for the Toronto team in the MLS. Didn't last long. He only lasted about 2 years, and he was kind of a first-round bust, if you will. And he came back to Dallas to become a computer software engineer. He was going to use his degree that he got at Notre Dame. And one day he was watching NFL Red Zone with his wife, Jen, and a kicker had missed a kick from like 40-something yards. And his wife was like, "You could have made that." And it kind of got the ball stirring in his brain a little bit. And he was like, "You know what? I probably could have made that." And so he started training with a specialized kicker trainer here in DFW. I think it was 2 or 3 times a week at night after he would get done with his job. And after a couple of years training, he got signed by the Birmingham Stallions of the USFL at the time, and was good enough to catch the eye of the Cowboys. And the Cowboys signed him in the offseason of 23. They were looking for a new kicker to replace Brett Maher after he had the extra point fiasco in San Francisco and Tampa Bay. And they brought Brandon Aubrey to training camp to have a competition with Tristan Vizcaino. And it didn't take long for them to cut Vizcaino, and they rolled with Brandon Aubrey. But I can remember going into that 2023 season, and I was like, man, they still have a kicker problem, because he looked awful at training camp. Like, he was bad. He was missing like 28 yarders, and it was like
Aubrey.
Yeah, it was like, how are they going to roll into the season with this guy? And they roll into week 1, and his very first extra point, he shanks it, and we're like, oh my God, this is going to be awful. And he did not miss a kick again until week 18. And it was pretty wild to see. And then, 2 years later, I think you can easily call him the best kicker in the league.
Yeah. Well, hey, Justin Tugger's tugging it. It's like a movie with Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah.
It's fast.
He wrote a children's book about it. He wrote a children's book, which is hilarious.
Yeah. Any other things you want to hit on with the Cowboys? Maybe like a non-Brandon Aubrey game ball for each side of the ball or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, Javonte Williams. We could put that on the offensive side. I'll be the first one to admit that there were concerns about this RB1 job coming into the year, and if Javonte Williams was capable of being that guy. And, man, I think he quieted a lot of those concerns yesterday. Physical runs, nifty between the tackles. He had his longest run since his rookie year yesterday on that 30-yard touchdown scamper. The Cowboys all last season had 6 rushing touchdowns. This year they already have 4, and 3 of them have come from Javonte Williams. So that's been a big positive. He had 97 yards on the ground. I think he added 20-something through the air. Just a really solid day from Javonte Williams. On the defensive side, geez, man, I could give it to Kenny Clark probably. He had a sack. He was active in the run game, and the defensive interior, it was about the only side of the on defense that played well. So much so I pulled this wild stat out of my ass last night. So the entire defensive end room, there's 5 players in there that played last night. They combined for 5 tackles. Brevin Spanford, who is a backup tight end, CeeDee Lamb, and Hunter Lipke, who is the fullback, combined for more tackles. They had 6. So it was bad. It was bad.
Damn. There used to be a really good DN that played in Dallas not too long ago.
Well, during the game yesterday, Jerry Jones called Jadeveon Clowney and got the deal done. So Jadeveon Clowney is now going to be a Dallas Cowboy. He'll be arriving to the facility today. He's already done his physical, so it's cleared and good to go. It's a 1-year, $3.5 million base, but it can be worth up to $6 million with incentives. So I mean, maybe some help in the run game and in the pass rush game. We'll see. But yeah, what they invested for Dante Fowler has not come to fruition. Donovan Ezeraku, while I still think there's a really high ceiling there, he hasn't been able to get home just yet. He's been able to generate pressure, but he hasn't been able to generate sacks. It's been a little tough to find consistency on that edge room right now.
All right, few questions. Kind of mind-blowing. Javonte Williams, a 30-yard rush was his longest rush since his rookie year. What year is he in?
He was a rookie in 21, so this is his 5th year in the league.
Trent Richardson out here 30 yards is his longest run. So, I mean, that's just kind of mind blowing.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's just had injuries, I guess, because he looks a lot older than year 5. Like, there's sometimes he gets the ball and he's out in space, and it's like the bus is running out of gas, like what Austin Eckler's looked like the last 2 years.
Yeah,
where he accelerates and then just stops gaining speed. You know,
he tore his ACL in 2022, and he has not been the same player since. Because if you think back to that rookie year in 21, man, he was awesome. He was great. 22 had a good start to the year, tore his ACL, and then he hadn't been the same his last 2 years in Denver. And last year was putrid, and it made me question what the personnel department was doing when they appointed him as RB1. It didn't make sense. And then, I think he's quieted a lot of those concerns. He looks fresher than he did last year. And, hey, man, when you can have over 100 total yards, get into the end zone, that's a good day.
Yeah. Yeah, Eckler should probably retire at this point. Great career for him, though. Former undrafted free agent. Playing what feels like year 8, year 9 for him.
Western Colorado, a D2 prospect.
Wow. Jadeveon Clowney, what do you expect from him? And also, I believe last week you mentioned he's never played for less than $10 million a year in the NFL. So this is like the least he's making.
No, so he signed 6 veteran contracts. Of those 6, 2 of them have been for less than $10 million. So I guess now it's 3 in 7 contracts. But 2 years ago, he had 9.5 sacks with the Ravens. Last year, he had 4 with the Panthers. I think he's still I wouldn't say elite run defender anymore, but I would say solid run defender. And I think he can be a crucial pass rusher for you in certain instances. All you need out of him is 5 sacks. If you can get 5 sacks out of Jadeveon Clowney, then that's worth the money.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I was just looking at some of these. Any other thoughts from around the NFL? I know you were at Jerry World all day, but any box scores or anything you saw that really surprised you by your eye?
Poor Joe Burrow, man. Poor Joe Burrow. That's tough. He's going to be out what sounds like close to 3 months with a really bad turf toe injury. I mean, that puts him out basically the entire season. And, that's for a guy that can't stay healthy, for a team that really needs him to be healthy, that really sucks. Bijan, man, I am starting to just watch every Bijan snap on all 22 every week, just for pure fun purposes. His cuts are incredible. It's been so fun to watch him. The Colts beating the Broncos, that one was surprising. Indiana Jones 2-0. How about that? Daniel Jones, 316 yards yesterday through the air.
Did you see how the game ended?
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor, 165 yards. He's back. Hey, man, keep an eye on these Colts, man.
Broncos got kind of shafted.
Yeah.
But hey, a dub's a dub.
A dub is a dub. Let's see, moving through. As I mentioned, the Bears gave up 52 points. I mean, the next week's going to be a damn shootout up at Soldier Field. The Dolphins, I mentioned it last week. I think it might be time to let Mike McDaniel, reside in Little Havana and have a good time over there instead of up in Fort Lauderdale, because it's been bad for him.
He can come back to San Fran. We'll take him. I don't know. I'm curious when they're if he's an OC, that's fine, because Shanahan's never going to give up play calling duties. Wow, he really got a Schefter tweet.
He did get a Schefter tweet. That is crazy.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a sec. But man, Bijan. I wonder what Arthur Smith thinks watching the Falcons play football. Like, wow, this Bijan guy is pretty good at football.
Yeah.
And, this is the guy that kind of, I don't want to say made Derrick Henry who he is in the NFL, but, he's who got things rolling with Derrick Henry in Tennessee, feeding them every damn quarter, every play, and especially in the second half. There was never any of that with Bijan, so – I don't know. Maybe something was going on at FedEx. His mind was elsewhere. Mike McDaniels, OC at Texas. Any thoughts on that, Nick?
That's a disaster waiting to happen. That's a disaster waiting to happen for reasons I cannot say on air.
Well, I'm curious what you'll say to me off air about that. That is funny.
CB, McDaniel looks like a skeleton. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that.
Oh. Oh. McDaniel's like, bro, like the nerdy shtick and all is cool. When you're losing, it's like, man, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Tua turned the ball over, not looking great. Quinn Ewers going to get a shot. Maybe Zach Wilson. I don't know. I'd love to see it. All right, so want to get into some other stuff. I think that's enough Cowboys, Giants, and Texas talk. The man we were talking about who got a Schefter retweet, Peyton Houston, Shreveport Evangel Christian Academy 2027 passer, committed to LSU this morning. Very unexpected. Why was this unexpected? Well, he silently committed to, and everything was a done deal for the Oklahoma Sooners. It was all done. It happened the morning that they played Michigan in Norman. It was a huge win. Got it done in front of him and his family. Huge visitor list. It was great. He was going to be the 2027 guy for them. It was done. Again, silently committed. Met with Jim Nagy. Met with Brent Venables. They dotted their I's, crossed their T's. It was done. But he goes, hey, guys, I want to go check out LSU this weekend. It's a night game in Death Valley. They're playing Florida, a little bit of a rivalry. Let me go check this out. I'm an in-state Louisiana kid. I've been down here plenty of times, but I just want to see the night game atmosphere. Oklahoma, no worries, We got them. It's done. And then this morning he commits to LSU. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. We'll talk LSU Florida in a little, but they scored 20 points. 13 came from the offense. One was a pick six, and Lagway threw 5 interceptions, and they only scored 13 points as an offense. With Garrett Nussmeier, who Heisman hype, number 1 pick hype, all that. And if you missed it, Brian Kelly tore into the LSU media after for asking why the offense was so bad and called them spoiled, amongst other things. But LSU, man, the first to kind of, I think, set off these dominoes in 2026, or in 2027, I should say. Elijah Haven, the number 1 overall prospect in 2027, 5-star quarterback. He's right down the street in Baton Rouge, right? He's been kind of projected or favoring Florida for the last few months, but they've struggled, and that's kind of how should I say this? The interest in them has died down a little bit. Thought it was swaying a bit to LSU because he was at LSU this weekend, just like Houston was. And then LSU takes a commitment from Houston. They also were the leader, probably not anymore, for Nussmeier, Colton Nussmeier, the younger brother of Garrett Nussmeier, the LSU starting quarterback. How does this affect Texas? Well, Texas this weekend will host Kavian Bryant, top 247 passer from Palestine Westwood. He is down to SMU, Florida State, Texas Tech, and Texas. NIL and playing early are 2 of the biggest factors, and Texas Tech is the leader in both of those departments. That being said, Tech is where we expect him to end up. He's going to make a commitment in the month of October, probably late October, perhaps even Halloween. And we think it would require truly a lot from Texas to get this done, either financially or just promises being made. I've said it a bajillion times before, you're not supposed to be able to sign 2, 5-star, borderline 5-star quarterbacks in back-to-back cycles. You're not supposed to be able to get it done in today's day and age, especially with the portal, all that. That being said, I don't think Kavian Bryant's going to be the Texas 2027 quarterback. Peyton Houston won't be it either. Those are the only 2 guys that have offers from the Longhorns right now. So where can they turn? Because under Steve Sarkeesian, they're going to sign a running back every single cycle. Colton Nussmeier is a name to know. He also likes Alabama, Tennessee, Florida. They're in it. LSU to some degree as well, but now they have their guy. So Colton Nussmeier is a name. Malachi Ziegler is a name. He's looking at SMU, Mississippi State. He was looking at Michigan before they filled up, and he camped in Austin, has visited Texas several times, but they have not offered. And then you have Gunnar Rivers, the son of Phillip Rivers. Down in Alabama, NC State is his only reported offer. He has several other ones. I am told Texas is not one of them, though. So he's a name. And then, if they were to go perhaps the Trey Owens route where it's like, hey, Diabell's a 5-star. No one's going to want to come in behind him. We have to take a long-term development upside guy that's cool sitting on the bench. That's what Trey Owens is. Then maybe they could look at Luke Babin, He's in Woodville, Southeast Texas, 2027 quarterback. Took his team all the way to the state championship game before – forgot who beat them. I know they lost, though. There's a few other names, but, man, 2027 quarterback recruiting getting going. I thought the Houston stuff was, like, truly fascinating. I think that was completely out of left field. And it's always fun to kind of follow these recruitments as someone who doesn't have to cover them or put their nuts on the line, reporting on different things. So I don't know where Oklahoma turns. I think that's also something to bring up because Texas could potentially be battling the Sooners over the same quarterback, depending on which, routes each school takes. And also with Oklahoma, they have Bo Bentley. And, he's not a five-star like Diabella is, but he is a top 100 prospect, is a very good quarterback. They're also going to, that's going to hurt them in recruiting as well. So maybe both Texas and Oklahoma are going to be looking at these kind of developmental upside takes. It's going to be very interesting. And I do think, depending on what happens with Florida, the rest of these dominoes falling could be delayed because there are a lot of kids that have interest in that school and the university, but obviously the football program is a mess. But hey, depending on that hire, maybe the interest gets renewed in Florida. We'll see. So I don't know. It'll be very, very interesting though. Any comments on Cooper Beebe apparently being out?
Yeah, it looks like 6 to 8 weeks for Cooper Beebe, according to Ian Rappaport. He had a really, really bad ankle sprain yesterday. Looked at that ankle in the locker room, and it was – I'm not bullshitting you, like this big. Yeah, it's going to be tough to not have him in the middle. But their most reliable sixth man on the offensive line is Brock Hoffman, and he'll slide in and play center. He started 7-8 games last year for Zach Martin at right guard. And so he'll fill in and do the same thing at center this time around.
Yep. Nathan asked, do you think, your reporters are going to start changing their tune on Peyton Houston?
Yeah. All of a sudden, I mean, like something must have happened this morning because he might be saying that he's the worst quarterback in Louisiana now. So, there's no telling.
Hey, I'll say it right now. I've said it from the jump. Never been a fan. I've always been Team Kavian Bryant or Team Ziegler or Team literally anyone else. I think the floor is extremely high with Peyton Houston, but I think he's close to his ceiling compared to other guys. But hey, so people like different things about quarterbacks. He's accurate on the shorter side, about 5'11", 5'11 and a half, and productive. But I don't know. I was always drawn towards the other guys more. I was kind of extremely surprised that Texas offered Houston. But I mean, hey, we'll see how things turn out at LSU. But I mean, I was caught so off guard when I saw the notification. I completely thought it was going to be Oklahoma for Mr. Houston. All right, some other recruiting stuff I want to talk about. Alvin Mosley, who is a top 247 receiver prospect from Fort Bend Crawford, newer school, second year being open as a school. They're a Fort Bend ISD school. One of the state's best athletes, regardless of sport, class, whatever you want to call it. 6'2", 185, and a grown-ass man. 2 offers on the basketball court, 20 offers on the football field. One of the best 50-50 ball winners you'll find. And, I'm not going to call him Garrett Wilson because he's not Garrett Wilson, but I did see every single snap Garrett Wilson played in high school. Probably the closest thing to him as far as having that multi-sport background, those offers in 2 sports, and also just being really damn strong and winning 50-50 balls and creative after the catch. This is a kid who grew up playing running back. And yes, he is dominating the competition they're playing. It's 4A level, but he's doing everything you would expect a future NFL draft pick to do as a high school junior. Through 2 games, his week 3 stats aren't available. He has like 7 catches for, I believe, 86 yards and 4 touchdowns. Over half the catches he have are going for touchdowns. He's also helping in punt and kick returns as a sophomore. Played a bit of spot duty at safety and had a scoop and score last year, 9 tackles and a PBU. So I love this kid. I think he's great. I think if he was like literally any other program that wasn't Fort Bend Crawford, which no one even knows exists, a lot more people would be talking about him just because, I mean, he's special. Like the sky is the limit for him. He has a high ceiling. And the reason I'm talking about him is because he visited Texas this past weekend. They are the leader here. I think they've been the leader since they offered June 1st. And it would be far from surprising if Alvin Mosley was to pull the trigger on a commitment by the end of the season. I think he could wrap it up quick. So we'll see. Texas, they're going to go big at receiver in 2027. At least 3 takes, I think, could be potentially 4. And, I mean, if they were to get him in the boat before the end of the season, it's a great win. Because right now, Texas is competing with like Arkansas, TCU, SMU, Florida State, Houston for him. And that's it. The big offers, LSU, Ohio State, A&M, Oklahoma, Florida, whatever you want to call it, like they have not come yet. I do not know what these schools are doing. I think once they come in, chill. Once they stop by in January to see them in person, they're going to extend and pull the trigger on an offer. So keep watching them. Again, think a commitment could come by the end of the season, but we'll see. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Nick. So in press conferences, are you just
I am. I really am, actually. I definitely am.
Okay, one thing I forgot to ask you. Don't want to talk about the Cowboys too much more, but Jera getting pretty pumped up in the locker room. Yeah. Any thoughts?
I mean, he's always had a little bit of a party animal inside of him. That's no surprise. It's not like he's this reserved, quiet old guy. We all know that.
Yeah. Yeah, one day it'll come out like, yeah, Mike Irvin was doing all this coke. Who was selling it to him, huh? Imagine. I'd love to see Jerry try to run out of the tunnel or get wheelchaired out of the tunnel with the Cowboys. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles let Gilly run out the tunnel, you know, like come on, let's do something, Cowboys. But all right, last thing I want to talk about in recruiting. Antoine has brought him up a few times over the last few weeks, but guy I want to bring up again, Antoine Baker out of Austin, LBJ, 2026 DB for them. Corner, nickel, safety, whatever it is in the defensive backfield, he can play, and he'll do it at a high level. USC came in with an offer. They watched him work out this past week, told him, hey, wait a few days, go ahead and post it. He did, put it on the timeline last night. Oklahoma State, several other, I can't think of them off the top of my head. There's several other Power 4 programs watching him. A bit of a late riser. He's always been this kind of super skinny, hyper athletic kid, but I mean, his nickname is Sticks because his legs looked like sticks. He still is maybe 165 pounds soaking wet. Recruitment took a bit of a while to get going, largely because just no one wanted to take the gamble and be the first one to offer him. Once someone did, they started flowing in. He had G5s, and he chose Old Dominion over Washington State, Texas State, and then decommitted from Old Dominion last week. Since the start of his senior year, he's picked up offers from Vanderbilt and USC, and there will be more that join the race for him. Could Texas potentially hop in? Yes, I think so. They've not expressed much of any interest, but they did have him at camp on June 1st. He is best friends with Yaheem Riley, the Texas safety commit, who used to be at OBJ's, now at Anderson. And obviously, you know, Jamal Fenner's on staff at Texas. He coached Antoine Baker as a freshman at LBJ, just like he did with Miami Riley, the Texas safety commit. So he's a guy I'm kind of monitoring. As of right now, I do think Texas would have extended an offer, shown more interest if they plan to extend an offer down the road, but he's a guy to watch. Like, USC is offering a kid who lives less than 15 minutes from the Texas campus, and Texas hasn't shown a ton of interest. Kind of reminiscent of how Latrell McCutcheon and Drew Makuba were handled, to be completely honest. And that's also kind of how they handled Miami Riley. They didn't talk to him for a long time. And I can say with confidence, if Dwayne Aquina and Mark Orphy, Kenoto Hudson weren't around and it was still Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon calling the shots, Yaheem Riley wouldn't have had an offer. So someone from Austin who always loves the local kids getting recruited from Texas, I am a bit disappointed. But, I mean, Antoine Baker, Austin LBJ, he's one to watch. Maybe an offer comes through. All right. some questions we're going to get to here, and then we're going to talk some of these other college games. What do we have here? Is Arch fixable? Yes, I'm not throwing in the towel completely on him yet. But yeah. Jake Bayless said we haven't had a 20-plus yard rush since Gibson had a 21-yarder versus Clemson. Jaden Blue also had 2 or 3 big ones that game too. Nathan said, Nick, did you see the Jacksonville Jaguars fan saying Brian Thomas is scared to get hit?
Yeah, I mean, who cares about Jacksonville? Did you see Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence beefing? That was funny.
Yeah. Well, do you know anything about why that's happening?
I don't. I don't cover the Jaguars. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Rob Latendra said, thankfully, the Texas defense is championship caliber. Has Sark said what he will do to address the penalties? Don't believe so, but he is also he has an 11:30 press conference here in 40 minutes, and I assume that's where we'll also hear updates on C.J. Baxter's injury and Quintravion Wisner's injury. Harry Dean with a good one. One accountability for Arch's regression should be placed on the coaching. Were they intoxicated too much by the Arch Kool-Aid too? It's a great question. What you said earlier about what the scout had told you from being out there at spring practice, I thought was interesting because, like, anytime me, Chip, Hank, Eric talked to, our sources in the building, like, there wasn't any of that. And I don't know if that was kind of maybe damage control or PR, but, like, it's not like our sources won't tell us if they think a player stinks in practice or if they think they're going to push a guy out in the portal months before it happens. We're told of that information. There was none of that with Arch. None of that. So I don't know what it is.
It's probably just protecting the brand of Arch. Yeah. There had to be moments in camp, where they saw signs of what was coming here this season. And, if it's one guy saying, yeah, Arch didn't look good today, all it takes is one Chip Brown article to say, hey, Arch Manning had a bad day, and it's going to go viral. Everyone understands what that Arch name does for, headlines and clicks, and we're starting to see it now that he's not performing well. So, I mean, there could have been a little bit of protection on Arch's side on that end. It's a lot more difficult to leak out that Arch had a bad day than if literally anyone else on the team had a bad day, So
that is true. I also think, like, they probably had some concerns going into the season, but I mean, with a lot of this shit too, especially with how many new players are playing this year compared to the last few years, like, you really don't know what's going to happen until there's live bullets. And the first live bullets were versus Ohio State in the Horseshoe. Second and third live bullets were versus teams that Texas should have won by 40, and they didn't even score 40. So, yeah. Magic Band said, do we hit the panic button if we don't score more than 30 against an opponent who's allowed more than 40 in 3 games? I don't know if you're referencing UTEP, but if it's Sam Houston State, week 0, they allowed 41 to Western Kentucky, lost 41-24. Week 1, they allowed 38 to UNLV, lost 38-21. And then versus Hawaii, because they were on a bye week last week, in what would have been week 2, they lost 37-20 to Hawaii in Hawaii. So the least amount of points they've given up this year is 37. They've given up 38 and 41 as well. But they were off last week, so they'll be going into Austin on a bye. Maybe they can hold Texas to 30. Who knows? But if Texas does not hit 40 points again on Saturday, there are major problems. Major problems. So it's a big week in Austin. I expect an intense week of practice. And, because there are so many things that have to get fixed ahead of conference play. So, yeah. And Daryl G brought it up. Texas 0-3 to cover and game going over.
Gross. Very gross.
We got one about Diabell. David Keith Williams said after his impressive performance at the Elite 11 competition, I was hoping Diabell would have a great senior year and perhaps reach the #1 overall recruiting ranking this class. With his season-ending injury, where do you think he ends up in the class, top 5 or top 10? Right now, I think he's 9 or 10 for us. We're lower on him than anyone else's. I think On3 and ESPN both have him top 5. I think he's pretty good where he's at. Realistically, I mean, I'd be very surprised if he didn't finish as a 5-star, as a top 32 prospect. But if I had to call it, just knowing the guys on the scouting team, how they usually treat season-ending injuries, especially when it's the second one in a row to a quarterback, he'll probably finish between 15 and 32. That's where I'd guess. If I had a gun to my head, that's where I'd call it. And I know, docking him for injuries, it's not a great thing, but like, his season ended as a junior because of an injury, and then his season ended as a senior because of an injury. I can't remember what it was last year. I believe it was a collarbone or shoulder injury. It is another shoulder injury this time around. I do know that. So it's concerning. It's very concerning, I think. But, I mean, hey, it's good news that it is minor and he's taking time off for the rest of the year to where he can show up at Texas and be 100% good to go, early in the spring and go through spring ball. And also, like, once he gets to Texas, he has better doctors, surgeons, whatever you want to call it, than he will ever have access to, so we'll see. The good thing is with him, if he has to play it all year one, it's because there are bigger problems at hand. So yeah. What do we have here? Yeah, next week Jerry gives himself the game ball. That'd be pretty funny.
He will if Jadeveon Clowney gets 2 sacks.
Yeah.
Defense could give up 50 points, but if Jadeveon Clowney gets 2 sacks.
Yeah. Hey, I will say, like, for as much credit as Joe Burrow's given for how good Cincinnati is when they're healthy, I feel like the step back is a night and day with Jake Browning.
Yeah, it is.
Like, he still gets to throw passes to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Yeah, they've built that team to where it can be all right without him. But, I mean, we did see a couple of years ago when they had to play a long stretch without Burrow, and it wasn't great. So, I mean, we'll see. I feel bad for Bengals fans because last year that offense finally put it all together and their defense was awful. And then now they start 2-0, a couple of good wins, and then, Joe Burrow's basically out for the season now. So,
yeah. Hey, that meme has aged incredibly well. If you remember the meme Bengals were making back in the day during the draft where it's like Cincinnati if they select Penei Sewell, and it's Joe Burrow with plenty of time in the pocket and the receiver drops it. And then it's Cincinnati if they select Jamar Chase, and it's like Joe Burrow getting his neck broke, but Jamar Chase is wide open.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Yeah. Rob said, should Joe Burrow quietly ask for a trade? Bengals just don't keep him safe. I'd say eventually yes, but that's kind of the hometown team for him. He's from that area.
Yeah.
It'd be like
he's playing with his boy Jamar.
Yeah, that too. And can he force a trade to Minnesota? I doubt it, but that's the only place he'd find a better receiver than the guy he currently has. Yeah. Is there a better receiver duo in the NFL too than Chase and Higgins? Probably not. So,
CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens.
All right, they're getting close, but I don't know.
I want to see Pickens put it together a little bit more, a lot more actually.
I mean, he had 1 or 2 touchdowns.
He just had 1. He had 5 receptions, 50-something yards, and the touchdown, but that really didn't come until the second half. And then last week he was pretty quiet. So I want to see him really put it together and have a big game.
Yeah. What do you think about this? Texas hiring an actual play caller.
I think that's a slight overreaction at this point. I understand where it stems from because there are play calling concerns that you can point at over the last couple of seasons, especially on short yardage situations. Oh my God, like Sark loses his damn mind in short yardage situations. But overall, I think the creativity, the openness, what he's able to create for his playmakers when he has playmakers, I think it's still something you want to bank on. But I understand where the sentiment comes from, but I'm not there yet.
I mean, if they don't score at least 35 versus Sam Houston State, let A.J. Millie call the plays.
Yeah.
Or something. I get your handicap from your quarterback, having days of play where he's missing 11 straight throws in a row, but, like, something's got to change. Something has got to change. Patrick's Alvarado squad blew out Robinson 63-28. How about that?
How about that?
David Keith Williams said, I think Julian Sain, at least so far, is doing a great job of, again, proving that QBs that are 6'1" or shorter and don't even stand tall in the pocket can be exceptional passers in college football. That is true. Didn't he struggle a bit on Saturday? I saw they barely beat, or not barely beat, but it was a close game for a lot.
They were in the mud. They were in the mud with Ohio, and that was tough.
Yeah. Okay, so Jack Burton asked what classification does Diabell play in. Please don't tell me it's 2A private schools. I don't know the exact classification. I believe it might actually be 2A or 3A for Florida private school, but this year they're playing a national schedule, and they did last year too. So I think like they kind of just run through the competition for what their actual district or conference is, and they go far in the playoffs. But like Diabell just played Edna Carr. They played St. Joe's, a team from Philly. They played Chaminade Madonna, another big prospect factory from Miami. And they have 2 other games versus teams that are ranked top 25 by Max Preps, or at least were in the preseason.
Yeah.
So, like, he's played a gauntlet. No one has been more battle tested versus top teams with FBS prospects on them than Diabell over the last 2 years. The problem with that is, you're going to get injured, and he has been injured, unfortunately. So that's what I have to say for that. CB said, how come Jerry's illegitimate daughter wasn't in the Netflix doc? I didn't even know he had an illegitimate daughter. What's that about?
It's exactly what it is. He has an illegitimate daughter. Lives in Texarkana. Very public thing you can Google.
Dude.
I'm not going to speak on it.
Okay. Yeah, CB, we're not quite there yet, but depending on how they do versus Sam Houston State and the first few games of conference play, maybe, but a long way to go till we're there. Sorry, I'm trying to read some of these questions. Yeah, David Keith Williams hit it on the head with the competition there. Nathan said maybe Arch is sandbagging and he shows up with Warby Parker glasses where Sam Houston starts dealing.
That's the best case scenario at this point.
Yeah. Patrick, I've not seen this. I don't know. I don't know anything about this kid who blew up his knee, but yeah. Well, David Keith Williams, the thing is, the Elite 11 isn't everything, and it's also impossible to project quarterbacks accurately. I mean, look at the fucking NFL and the way they do it. But for those in audio only, he said, in my view, if Diabell were to drop below 10 or 15 based on injury after dominating the 2025 Elite 11 competition, it would really be an indictment of the recruiting services. Guess what? You want to guess who dominated the Elite 11 and was a top 15 prospect? Jackson Arnold. How about that? Is Jackson Arnold going top 10 or 15 in the NFL draft? Fuck no.
Hey, he's looking better than most quarterbacks this year.
Yeah, that is true.
Malachi Nelson would have been a better example, though.
Yeah, I can't remember how he did at the Elite 11, though. But the Elite 11, like, it's interesting, too, because there's people on our scouting team who love it and take a lot away from it, where there's other people on our scouting team that thinks it's, like, the dumbest thing ever. I'm kind of in the middle. I think there's some things that can be taken away from it. But at the end of the day, when pads are on and there's live bullets, that's the most important part of football, no doubt about it. So, yeah, this is a good question. Rob Latendra said, can Sark bring in a veteran analyst to help him at least? Well, the veteran analyst on this year's team, it's been like Gary Patterson in the past, Paul Christ, blanket on the guy they had from Michigan State last year who used to be Michigan State's DC. He helped with Nichols. White guy with a big beard. But this year, the veteran analyst is Neil Brown from West Virginia. Chad Scott coached under him, and then, he got fired at West Virginia. He's helping with kind of the zone running schemes. That's why Texas is running a lot of them, because Scott came in and they're kind of implementing that. But not sure how much he can help with the passing game. Bayless said, speaking of Milwee, what do you think about the job he's done so far here? I think it's been good. People are going to talk about how Quinn Ewers, he wasn't developed correctly or whatnot, but I think in retrospect, you can, say Milwee did a good job considering the injuries and also considering like how limited he was last year as a passer, not being able to push it downfield. creating an offense and tweaking the offense to where everything is designed for passes behind the line of scrimmage or within 10 yards is not an easy thing to do and actually win ball games. I know the defense helped a lot, and their schedule in the SEC was far from the strongest schedule. But for what the situation was last year, they did a good job. This is a completely different situation. I don't know what Milwee can do to get Arch out of the yips or get him to hit passes. But, I mean, there's obviously work that's needed there. David Keith Williams said the biggest play calling issue to me is that Jack Endries is not consistently being targeted 7 to 8 times each game. Endries should be Arch Manning's primary target. Agreed, especially since him and Wingo just can't figure it out right now. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at this. I don't know. Benching Arch, we're not there yet.
Daryl G said, what is Andrew Luck up to? He is the GM at Stanford right now.
Yeah, he is. We're already going over, so I guess we can preview some college games on Friday. And Will and I will talk some college games from this past weekend tomorrow. But if you tuned in, appreciate it. Jake Bayless, David Keith Williams, Daryl G, Doza, CB, Longhorn Bear, Magic Man, Rob Latendre, Soul Scream, the whole gang, Longhorn Bear. Appreciate it. Up next, our friends at Third and Longhorn give their post-game thoughts on the Longhorns' win over UTEP. We're going to end the stream, but at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. Wherever you get your live stream, leave us a like, comment, and subscribe. We'd really appreciate it. And, hey, y'all have a happy Monday. Peace.